Hello, hi, how are we doing? Hope we're doing good. Here's Croc. Hi, Croc. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Also, you are pinned already. How are we doing? Hello. It is a regular Saturday. Pretty much. I wanted to say Sunday for a second, then I realized it's Saturday. And my voice dying. Help. Already. That's interesting. Yeah, I'm still not quite there. I'm still not quite there. Crazy. Hi, Cricket. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello, Niara. Ugh. Hey, at least he yapped a little bit with leaflets, so that's interesting. At least that's interesting. But yeah, it's warm in this room. I should open the windows. Help. But if I open the windows and somebody drives by, it's gonna be really loud. I'm gonna survive this. Warm, gamer atmosphere. Stinky VTuber atmosphere. That's fine. Nah, my voice isn't quite there yet. Well, not quite there too, but oh well, it's another day. Another day. Truly, another day. I think we can start with Crocorox. Something fun before we get into the meat of all the things. The shoe on head video. Oh boy, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be interesting. Hold up. Okay, I need to check a few things real quick, and then we're ready. Okay, looks fine. Okay. Looks fine. Okay. Everything looks fine. I think we're good. Yeah, okay. Peak. Very good, very nice. And we got this. We got this. Well, then we can essentially already start, huh? We can. Peak. I'm gonna stop this. Oh, wait a minute. And pull this up again. Hold up. And click on something so this reloads. Perfect. Okay, very good, very nice. Now you have to unmute the tab. Okay, now we can silence this. Peak. Alrighty. Croc video, huh? We'll start with that in this case. I hear the dog barking. Hi, Samax. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. Hi. I still a little bit sound like an old man. I still sound like an old man. Help. Anyways. Looks fine. Looks fine. Peak. Yoink. We are over here. Feed the Crocorock. You already get enough food. You get way too much food. You're already a big, large baby. What do you mean? More food. What do you mean more food? You ain't getting more food. You're large as it is. A large boy. You know, today I've noticed they working on a second season of Tanya. That's interesting. Huh. I just woke up after sleeping for, I don't know, 5 hours. Great, honestly. What about you? I just edited a lot of videos. That's it. Anyways, I think we're gonna start with this. Hold up, I'll drink something before we get into this. It's only been like 9 years. Hey, Good thing needs its time. A good thing needs its time. Help. I'm still coughing. Help. Help. Now we'll see how long I'll do today. How long I'll survive. Anyways, we'll start with this. The Dumbest Yahoo Questions, Part 6, by Fresh Prince Yoop. We're gonna look at these. This cannot be good. Not gonna lie, the tweets from last time, from the 2014, those were horrible. Anyways, we'll look at this. Let me look.
Are all nerds as good as you?
Yes.
Mexican bite. My friend who is Mexican bit me. His name is Cruz. What?
Okay, Mexican bite.
What are the risks of being bitten? Please help me.
Well, you could get an infection. You could get, like, okay, I don't know what this has specifically to do with being Mexican. Like, is there some specific transmittable disease that only Mexicans can give you? I'm questioning things. Okay, so basically, one of the most toxic bites that you can in fact receive is from humans. Because, well, there is a lot of bacteria in our mouth that other animals do and other things do not have. In fact, I think a human bite is more toxic in that regard than even a dog's bite. Anyways. Yeah, you get an infection. Goodbye.
First of all, why your friends out here biting you? Cruz about to turn your ass into a Mexican walker. You about
Also, why specifically the name? What has that to do with anything?
to be out here trying to eat human flesh and churros. So I want to get my eyebrow. What the fuck? Eyebrow pierces, but it think. What?
Bro broke all his bones when reading this. My guy broke all his bones while reading this. Every single one of them just broken. Bro pisses. But it sprung. What is this? Does anyone know how old you have to be? At least this part is fine. Goodness gracious.
What? Does anyone know how old I have to be? What the fuck is a brow? Too young, your ass is too dumb. You trying to get your eyebrows pierced, you're not even old enough to spell. Can you give yourself a boob job? My boob.
Huh? What do you mean you can give yourself a boob? What? Huh?
Boobs need a little tweaking, but I don't have the money for a professional. All I need is some scissors, custard, and some thread and needle. Would this be okay, or do I need like a license? Okay.
The headline is kind of misleading here of the question.
I get it. Some girls want bigger boobs. But what the hell you gonna do with some custom-filled titties? You trying to get titties on a budget. Besides the fact that you're not about to give yourself a boob job, what happens when the custom get moldy and expire? Now I'm gonna have to put your moldy threaded titties on the Struggle Meals video. Does wearing lipstick make your boobs grow bigger? My friend told me this, but was
Huh? There's no way. Did Yahoo have something similar to what Quora had? Where, like, you could ask questions and get money for it, and it was really, like, lucrative? What is this? Girls, if you're flat, wear lipstick. Makes your tits stand out. Your non-existent ones, I guess.
she messing with me? And would you need to apply it to your boobs or lips? Has anyone tried this?
Oh, straight up apply to the boobs. Well, that's a problem.
So y'all just out here applying lipstick to your chest? It's called lipstick, not boob stick. Unless you out here
The boob stick. This is my boob stick.
plastering layers of lipstick on your titties. This ain't gonna work. Why can't I get an orgasm from a tampon?
Why would you? Short answer though, yeah. Yeah. Also, hi dinosaur. How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Tampons are just out here trying to absorb blood, and you trying to give your Dracula coochie an orgasm? Is Helen Keller
Dracula Coochie's crazy work. Never heard that one before.
a good bus driver? Oh, you thought this was a funny question because she was born blind and deaf. But how Helen Keller supposed to be a good bus driver if she not alive? She just supposed to get up out of her casket and walk to the bus like... Is The Human Centipede a suitable movie for my 10-year-old son?
No! 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 No, it's not. No! Why would you show your 10-year-old The Human Centipede? You shouldn't even show this one to the adult. Why a 10-year-old? The fuck?
Son, I've seen The Human Centipede. That movie's not suitable for anybody. This is me not telling you that.
Just what I said.
All 3 Human Centipede movies are on Netflix right now. You ain't hear from me. I just found out my mom is a virgin. This
is like a question that Jesus would ask. This is like a question Jesus would ask if he was born today.
This could be true if you were adopted or something, but other than that, stay your ass in school. My boyfriend wants me to eat his poop. How can I make him realize that's disgusting?
You need help. And he needs help. What is this with the poop recently? What is this with the poop recently?
You can make your boyfriend realize it's disgusting by making him eat his own doo-doo crumbs and then breaking up with him. My cat had a noodle in its mouth, but it dropped on my plate and I ate it. Will I get pregnant?
And this is how the first cat girls were born. What the fuck?
I'm really scared. I don't know which noodle it was because it dropped on the other noodles. I'm scared I'm going to get pregnant and have a cat baby.
Now wait, is that what Elon asked? Where it would be like, ever heard of the bees and the flowers? True.
How you supposed to get pregnant from a cat noodle? You just gonna have a big ass Mewtwo? If you that scared from having a cat hybrid, get your ass another plate. I'm sexually attracted to a snowman?
That's a new one. That's a new one. Is this a woman?
Is this a question or a statement? So you be out here getting bukkake?
Now, here's the question. Would be as a man be attracted to a snowman? Be gay because snowman. As for a woman, you'd get the monster fucker permit. But that's it. But that's the question. Is being attracted to a snowman as a man, is that gay? Many such questions.
With snowballs. You just be rolling around all the snow making missionary snow angels, huh? If you don't take your Frosty the Snowman loving ass, do eggs? Maybe I missed something, but what's the question? Do eggs what? Is mayonnaise an instrument?
Do eggs. Do eggs. Also, mayonnaise is an instrument. Patrick said so. Do you want to fuck a snowman? Yes, I think this person wants to.
Damn, why do boogers taste so good? It's all taboo and stuff.
Never mind.
People are missing out. So you just out here eating boogers for snack time? Ain't nobody missing out on eating boogers. You just about to be missing out on some friends. I just ate 51 prunes? You might as well glue a toilet bowl to your booty cheeks because you about to be on there for a minute. You about to take a mean doodle. Ain't nothing gonna be left of you. You gonna be on the toilet like... How did Barney survive the extinction?
That is a reasonable question. How did Barney survive the meteorite?
Why me crank it? Why me roll? Why me crank that soldier boy? That Superman? That
Can I order a haircut online? If so, how much does it cost for shipping?
Huh? How does that work? Does the hair stylist, hairdresser, barber just like get delivered to your house?
This might seem like a ridiculous question, but it's really not. It's 2015. You can get whatever you want. Girls out here getting weave and extensions and whatnot. Why can't a guy get a haircut? For only $79, you can get a new hairdo with this clip-in man bun.
Clip-in man bun. $995? Fountain 79? There's no way. This can't be real. Niche game today? Maybe, I don't know. I have a bunch of large videos.
Why do people put seeds in grapes? If you are here
Seeds in grapes. How does that work? Also, hi, Shadow Clips. How you doing? Hope you doing good. Hello. They don't put them there. In fact, they try to get rid of them.
questioning grapes, you're gonna be really mad when you see all the seeds they put on the outside of strawberries. This is almost as bad as that person who put grapeless grapes in my "You Have One Job" video. Can you die from swallowing your own saliva? I usually keep a bowl to spit my
Huh? This can't be real. No way. This is this report abuse. Report abuse immediately.
but my friends swallow their saliva. I told them not to because I heard it was bad. I'm right, aren't I? From what I hear, the average person swallows enough spit to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool in their lifetime. But you over here with a cereal bowl filled with spit next to your bed. Bruh. Where can I buy photosynthesis? I just got a new plant and it has 4 leaves and my mom said I had to buy it. What do I do? The first
Bro just wants to buy a small sun.
First thing you do is not listen to your mom. Your plant about to be dead as hell while you out here searching for photosynthesis. You can't just buy it. Buy your mom a damn gardening book. Can I get AIDS from a cat? Don't ask.
Yep. Something happened to this cat. That man went for the cat-tussie. It is what it is.
That's why. What you out here doing to cats, man? If all birds in the world held onto a tree and fly up, will the world move?
No, but the tree might.
The bird's about to move the earth just about as much as your brain cells are moving. If I roll myself in manure, will I become beautiful? I want to become pretty like a cow. Bro.
Wait, cows are pretty?
What? The fuck you trying to roll around doodle for? How you gonna roll around dookie and expect to look like this?
What kind of freaky clip is this? What kind of freaky clip is this? I know some of you would look at this and be like, smash. Smash. And I couldn't even be mad.
My friend's penis got stuck in his balls. How does that work?
Okay, I guess.
What do I do to help him? Don't help him. Help yourself by choosing better friends. How to pronounce PhD? Is it Pahudi or maybe Fud?
Fud. Pahudi. We'll never know where the cow clip is from. Yeah, for real. Pahudi.
You need to be banned from the internet. I just cut off my nipples and put them in the toaster.
There's no way this is real. Oh yeah. Gone are the nipples.
I'm in a lot of pain. So you thought it would be dope to have toaster strudel nipples. Man, this toaster dirty as fuck. What was the plan after you cut off your nipples and put them in the toaster?
Bleed out, call 911, respawn nipples. Have toaster strudel.
Drums, please.
That was horrible. These are good. Bro, Yahoo, the more I look at it, the more it seems to be on fucking Quora level. It's getting close. We're getting close. It isn't a lot of poop fetish stuff, but goodness gracious, it is bad. It is bad on this website. I wonder if they also had this paint model. Do eggs. Anyways, do you like and subscribe? Can I phone a friend? No. You can run. That's the only thing you can. What's up, guys? You change something? He's checked something? Okay, seems fine. I think. Yeah, seems fine. Like and subscribe, but get eaten, true real. The Croc Rock. Okay. We do another smaller one, and then we must do the shoe one. Eventually.
They just fired me in the.
This will. Okay? This will go down in one of the internet's most popular situations ever in human history. TikToker facing 8 years prison after caught lying by a tozy. This is the girl, and with the girl I mean the chick that lied and filmed the naked dude without permission. The DoorDash girl. A moment in history.
They just fired me and the police are doing nothing. I lost my job. That was my only way to make money to pay my bills.
This TikTok DoorDash driver just went from viral victim.
The I am a victim is such a great fucking meme. I am the victim. In general, this is like her crash out is so great. I love it. It's so great. It is that great. Her crash out is peak.
To felony defendant after she came online, saying that she was SA'd on the job, and now she's facing years in prison for the video that she posted herself.
3 days ago, October 12th, 2025, I was a victim of SA by a DoorDash customer while I was doing my job as a DoorDash driver. The DoorDash customer requested that their order be left at their front door. Their front door was wide open, their lights were on, they were sleeping on the couch within eyesight of the front door with their pants and underwear pulled down to their ankles, and they were in.
Mind you, in his order, it said, leave the food on the door. Like, at the door. Do not, no, that was never, go inside, go film the guy. He didn't even lay a hand on her. So it wouldn't even be SA.
Indecently exposed to me.
Well, as it turns out, that's not exactly what happened. If you need a perfect example of how fast a viral, like, victim story can flip upside down, this is it. Because this video was posted in mid-October by Olivia Henderson, or IRL Monster Hideall on TikTok, and she went viral pretty fast as a DoorDash driver who claimed that she was
Olivia Henderson? Nothing? Is that you, but the female, more hysteric version?
SA'd on the job, and now, as of last week, she's been arrested, charged with 2 felonies, and could be facing years in prison. And depending on who you ask, she's either a woman who reported a traumatic event, or someone who turned a drunk sleeping customer into content and then lied about it for clout.
I reported it to DoorDash, and DoorDash did ban the customer, and then 2 days later, DoorDash banned me, which doesn't seem unrelated. They didn't even provide me a reason for my deactivation. They're supposed to send an email, they didn't, and within 12 hours afterward, they had already denied my appeal. DoorDash deactivated me. DoorDash punished me for exposing my assaulter, and TikTok is currently punishing me for exposing my story time.
TikTok was punishing her for lying. They took her out her videos. She basically just, everything she says is a lie. Everything. And also, free the DoorDash customer. He is the victim.
I also reported this to the police, and the police are doing nothing. I was assaulted. I lost my job. I'm the victim.
Yeesh. So this whole thing just starts back in October 20th in Oswego, New York. Olivia was delivering an order for DoorDash, and according to her, the customer had asked for the food to be left at the front door. She said that she walked up to the house and found the front door wide open, lights on, and the customer lying on his couch with his pants and underwear pulled down to his ankles. She described him as fully exposed and said that she'd been put in danger simply by doing her job. Now, obviously, that's not an ideal situation to witness on the job, but it could also be explained as a guy who got super drunk, ordered some Wendy's, and then passed out before it got there. Not a great look, but I don't think it's illegal to do that, especially because he was in his own house and he wanted the order at his front door, but more on that later. So in her first series of videos, she told the story with the tone of someone who was still shaking from what happened. She said everything was caught on camera. She also said that she didn't want this to happen to any other women, which is why she came forward with this story on TikTok.
My man's naked eye was shown. That's what it is. Sorry, somebody had to get something. A moment of silence for Poke, right there. Might as well drink some water. I love when those people get jail time. For sure. For sure. Well, we'll have to see. It's not fully confirmed that she's getting jail time. But she might go for a little bit. She might go for a little bit. Who knows? Again, it's a woman. So these usually escape.
TikTok. And with the video, she also reported this to DoorDash and the police. And her initial post grabbed more than 22 million views for a brief moment. And TikTok seemed ready to rally around her. But that didn't last long, because within days, TikTok removed her video for violating community guidelines, and the talk around her started changing, because she posted more videos saying that TikTok kept trying to silence her. And then she said that DoorDash fired her for reporting an incident, and she said the police were punishing her instead of helping her. So see, that seems odd when three entities are suddenly going against her at once. What's going on? One of the biggest points in chaos of this entire story is the debate over whether Olivia actually walked up to an already open door or pushed it open herself. In the first video, she insisted the door was actually...
Funnily enough, even though it's confirmed that she lied, there is a bajillion people on TikTok still rallying behind her and being like, she's the victim, she didn't deserve this, everyone else is in the wrong, you know, girls support girls, the classic.
Actually wide open when she arrived, meaning the guy on purpose left his door open for her. Thus, as she claims, he left himself exposed for her to see. But pretty fast, other creators started putting out screenshots that showed that she had quietly deleted an earlier version of that video, one that showed her nudging the door open before panning to the sleeping guy on the couch. And the original clip was deleted, but I don't think this has anything to do with TikTok silencing her here, because she posted a video of a dude laying there exposed on his couch in his own house, and she posted it for millions of people online to see. I don't know about you guys, but I think the video got deleted because of that. So obviously that's not allowed on the platform.
My man's wiener's not out on the internet. Fancy that.
Hence why I can't show the clip here. But there were these side-by-side screenshots that started popping up of whether the door was closed or left open. Either way, dude is in his own house, so is this illegal? No. But my main question is, why is she walking around in this dude's house? Like, drop the food on the doormat, take a picture, and move on to your next order. You don't need to be... Hello? There's no reason to play Resident Evil in someone's house. This whole situation doesn't make sense whatsoever. Did she just use this as a ploy for attention? How is it hard to understand?
Maybe. Maybe. Or maybe she realized she had fucked up after going into the man's house and then using this as, like, maybe a potential stunt for clout? It depends. See, the problem is that she should have never been even in there, right? Even if the door was wide fucking open, okay? Even if the door was wide open. Her instructions were pretty clear. Leave the food at the front door. She didn't do that.
And not walk into someone's house and post a video of them laying naked on their couch to millions of people on the internet. That's just so unacceptable. But I think one of the reasons this whole thing went so viral, other than the fact this girl's thought process is borderline crazy, is that no one could agree about the push door or was the door wide open. And I mean, I get why there's a hang up here, because if she actually, you know, pushed the door open to record a guy just laying there in his house and then, you know, turned herself into the victim, she's insane. And then we for sure have another member of the Hall of Fame of Influencer Morons. At this point, I need to start holding introduction ceremonies for these kinds of idiots, because I should be starting my videos like, welcome to the newest idiot who's now facing jail time for some social media content. Because at this rate, I'd say a lot of my videos are kind of like that. Anyway, people were arguing about the lighting, angles, wood grain, everything. But this is where the story...
I'm still believing, sorry, everyone should be a content creator. It'd be funny.
Took a life of its own, because while she was telling millions of people that DoorDash and TikTok were trying to bury her truth, police were piecing together a version of the events that looked very different from what she originally stated online. Because eventually, the police stepped in with their own findings, citing Ring doorbell footage that reportedly showed her opening the door herself. Ma'am, why did you do that?
So, she gets an order. She drives there. She has the instruction to leave the food at the front door. She ignores. said note, right? She ignores it. Opens the door, films, goes inside, films a naked man, and later says she's the victim. Yep.
So, ladies and gentlemen, they got her.
Sir, I have your DoorDash. Oh! Ew! I'm a victim!
Number one, why
There's so many AI videos of her. There's so many AI videos of the situation. They use this for content, farming it.
would you ever do this to begin with? And number two, why would you do this when there's a Ring doorbell camera right there next to the door that you're opening? Like, did you not think he was going to review the footage after you exposed him to millions of people online with his pants down? What did you think was going to happen? Either way, according to the police in Oswego, the man in the video was not sitting there waiting to expose himself to the delivery driver. He was sleeping and drunk, lying on his couch with no idea what was going on. And thankfully for him, the doorbell camera footage reportedly showed her opening the door herself, which does not add up with her story. So DoorDash
Get fucked. Jail time. Hi, Jacob. How you doing? Hope you did good. Going to jail.
then finally responded with its own statement. Without naming her, they said they take these kind of reports extremely seriously, and they never deactivate someone for reporting it, full stop. But they said that posting the video of a customer inside of their home, along with their personal details, was a clear violation of their policies. They said that was the reason her account was deactivated, and they deactivated the customer's account too while they were investigating. And they also added that she still had full access to her money. Then everything hit a wall on November 10th, because that's when officers arrested Olivia Henderson and charged her with 2 counts of Class E felonies: unlawful surveillance and dissemination of an unlawful.
Damn. 2 counts. It's over. To watch the colorful stage, a Miku can't sing movie. Damn, you were to watch it. Okay, I see it. Okay. Noted. Yeah. 2 counts. Somebody might go to jail.
Surveillance image. And these charges usually apply to people who secretly record others in private settings: bathrooms, bedrooms, changing rooms, that kind of thing. But the legal idea is the same. Recording someone inside of their home when they have an expectation of privacy is criminal, even if the camera is technically outside of the door. Police said that she filmed a sleeping person and posted it publicly, which is exactly what these laws are written for. So the bottom line is, police found no proof of SA, and the man was asleep. And Olivia admitted the instructions for her order said to leave the food at the door, not inside of the home as she filmed. Her last TikTok was posted on October 26th, right after she said that she was being punished for reporting what happened. After the arrest, she didn't post anything at all. No defense, no clarification, no follow-up about.
Yeah, because she realized, shit, if I say more, they're gonna debunk more. It's over, girly. It's over. It's jail time.
What she plans to say in court. Her current next hearing is on December 4th, and depending on how the judge sees all the evidence, she could be looking at a whole lot of time here. And this can range from probation to years in state prison, because it looks like a Class E felony in New York can carry up to 4 years, and she's charged with 2 Class E felonies, so that could be a combined.
Imagine going at a max of 8 years to prison. 8 years to prison. For social media clout. Or because you're retarded. 8 years of your life, almost a decade potentially, of your life to prison for stupidity. Or, as I like to call it, malicious retardation.
Maximum of 8 years in prison. Either way, it's no longer a he said, she said, and it's definitely not a conspiracy that TikTok doesn't want you to hear about. This is a criminal case with evidence and surveillance footage that was provided by the perpetrator. Yet again, for clout. How does this keep on happening? Now, obviously, gig workers deal with real risks.
Because people love to, for some odd reason, film themselves committing crimes. I don't know why. I don't know what the justification for it actually really is. That is actually the why. It just does not make sense, but it keeps happening. People filming themselves committing crimes and putting it online.
every day. Yes, women face real threats with entering private spaces alone. And yes, some companies have absolutely punished workers for speaking up. But if you film someone in their own home, post it online, accuse them of a crime that the police say never happened, and then you claim that you're being silenced when the platform you're on takes you down, you're in for.
And she claimed SA. But the man didn't even ever lay a finger on her. The worst it could be is public indecency. That's the only thing you could pull on this man. But she claimed it was SA. He SA'd her while being unconscious. Yeah.
For it.
I was working! I was literally working! And they deactivated me! This is related! They just punished me for posting about my while door dashing. They just fired me! And the police are doing nothing! I lost my job! That was my only way to make money to pay my bills!
I'm just saying, that's not advocacy. That's just clout.
It's just such a funny. This is such a funny, crash out. It's just hilarious. Bro, this is literally the plot of the Splatterpunk. Life imitates art? Kind of? Something like that? Instead of art imitates life, it's life imitates art? Weird.
Chasing. So it'll be interesting to see what actually happens in December, and I'll keep you guys posted as more details come out. So feel free to subscribe if you're new, drop a like if you enjoyed this video, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
I can fix her with a good slap. Yeah, you ain't fixing shit. You are not gonna fix her. She'll ruin you. She'll see you and claim SA. Even if you haven't done anything. Yeah, I see no issue. This is just another crazy woman. Someone auto-tuned, peak. This is another crazy woman on the internet, just gone, and on the streets and everywhere else. It's just another crazy woman, annihilated, gone. We're happy about this. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe, or I'll go into your home and film you with your pants down. Help. Crazy work. Okay, you're crazy, Poke. Crazy. I was crazy once. All right, we got the big one. Are we doing the big one? We're doing the big one now. The shoe.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. I've been waiting for this. It's gonna be a long one. We're gonna yap a lot. Get ready. Mix you some snacks. Get some water. A warm blanket. The blockbuster of the day. All the political retardation of America in one video. Recent ones, I guess. We're gonna see. How did we get here by Shoe on Head? That is a very, very good question. How did we get here? Because people are retarded. Anyways, we'll jump in. We're gonna see how we get here. How we got here. Anyways, not gonna lie, I think one of the big things that is a result of how we got here is because Mr. Kirk was right. We aren't talking anymore.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am here to inform you that the rumors are indeed true. The Democrats have struck back. In the New Jersey governor's race,
The Democrats have struck back. Like some kind of threat.
the Democrat won. In the Virginia governor's race, the Democrat won. And
That's interesting. Well, Mamdani, that isn't surprising. God damn, bro. 7.9%? That's kind of crazy.
in the New York City race, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani defeated Andrew Cuomo to become the next mayor of America's largest city. But the question on everyone's mind is, was it just a fluke? Just easy wins in blue cities and states? Or is there something more to this? Is this a sign of things to come? Is the Democratic Party finally turning their losing streak around?
The pendulum always, guys, the pendulum always swings. It swung red. Now it will I don't know if it will, to be honest. It might swing blue. Who knows? I will not sing. I cannot sing.
Are they actually listening to the people now? Did they finally learn their lesson? No. Thanks for watching.
See? 40 seconds. We can turn off.
My last 3 videos about electoral politics were warning the Democratic Party that young men were moving right because the party f***ing sucks and was becoming the young men eat and die movement, spanking the Democratic Party for losing because they elected one of the most unlikable shittiest candidates while offering absolutely nothing to voters, and defending the voters from the wrath of a bunch of liberal streamer man-children calling the voters stupid and evil for daring not to vote for Hillary Clinton and brownface. But the thesis for all 3 of those videos was basically the same. As the right embraces working-class populism, the Democratic Party and the left will continue to fade into irrelevancy. But as I also predicted in those last videos, there might be an eventual pendulum swing, and it might be happening much sooner than I predicted.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. I am the pendulum is always swinging back and forth. It's always like that, and I find this interesting. See, pendulum swings, oddly enough, don't really happen that often in Europe. See, it basically never happens, right? It really doesn't. It's mostly just like center left in most European countries. There have been some changes, but mostly it's center left or just left.
Like, how did we go from Republicans winning the popular vote, in part thanks to a lot of the young people voting, to a bunch of data showing those same young people dropping their support for the GOP already? But the interesting thing is, those young people don't seem to be moving to the Democratic Party either. Where are they going? And do the Democrats have a plan to scoop these people up? Yes, they do, and they called it, I'm not kidding, deciding to win.
Okay. See, the problem is, what I see happening is, there's already a lot of people that don't vote. And eventually, those people will realize that it doesn't matter who they vote for. It doesn't matter who they vote for, because the result is still kind of dog shit. Most are center left or center right, at least here in Australia. Yeah, here it's either you have full right wing, maybe one party is full right wing, and then everything else is like center left, or LARPing center right. Right? Our Christian Democratic Party in Germany here, they act conservative, but then their behavior is more like center left. Like they're like LARPing.
Deciding to win, as if the whole time they have just been simply deciding to lose. It was a choice, guys! They changed their mind and they want to win now. In this video, I will talk about why I think Zoran Mamdani won. We will go through the Democrat Party's plan to decide to win. We will briefly talk about the rise of the political commentator Nick Fuentes, the MAGA Civil War, and what I like to call the inevitable rise of shoesalism. If that sounds interesting—
Shoesalism? See. Christian Democratic Party. Yep, Christian Democratic Party. Well, it would mostly be called it's called CDU. So basically, you can't even literally translate it. Christian Democratic Union. This party has nothing Christian about it. Nothing. Zero. None. Nothing. The man that is running this party literally said that would be totally fine to make abortion legal to the point of birth. Like a day before birth, you could still abort. You could abort your 9-month-old. Like your 9-month-old. That's how unchristian this party truly is.
Stick around. If it doesn't, you can leave. It's not like I'll miss you or anything. But Baka.
Yeah, I'm shutting off. Sundare Shu. When did that arc happen?
I know a lot of you are not very interested in politics. You come here for the fun Reddit slop, the men versus women content. Yeah, I know. But unfortunately, politics kind of seeps into your lives, whether you want it to or not. So you might as well be entertained.
That's why I'm always saying, you can say you don't care about politics. You can say that, okay? But politics cares about you. And if you don't pay attention, these guys will absolutely tear up your butthole. They will finger it and twist their fingers around in your butthole if you do not pay attention. Because if you don't pay attention, they're gonna pull, you know when you should retire? 70s.
When you hear about it, and have some fun with it when you can. And I just so happen to have the perfect app for that. So before we get into this political deep dive, let's quickly give a shout out to today's sponsor, one of my favorite sponsors to work with, Ground News. Ground News is a website and an app that gives readers a transparent and easy way to read news from all across the political spectrum, from left, right, and center. Every story comes with a quick visual breakdown of political bias that helps you understand the full story and makes sure you're getting both sides. One of my favorite features on Ground News is the blind spot feature, which shows you news stories that have been covered by one side of the spectrum and ignored by the other. For example, here is a story about how the White House apparently intervened in an Andrew Tate federal probe. 29 news sources covered this, 86% of them were left-wing, none were right-wing. Ground News also makes it really easy to compare headlines.
Andrew Tate in the big 2025. Don't need to know your fetish poking. That was not what I meant. Also, I will kick you if you nod my ear. That's a bit too close for me. It is just the truth that these fuckers care about you, so they can use you
to see how political bias can affect framing. For example, this feud between Elon Musk and Billie Eilish. This right-wing headline reads, Elon Musk claps back at Billie Eilish after she slams him for hoarding wealth. And this left-wing article frames the same story.
I swear to God, this woman, huh? How can you are a millionaire. How do you not realize that rich people don't bunker their money on bank accounts? Rich people don't have $1 billion laying around on their bank account. It's all investments.
As Elon Musk's comebacks are as flat as his attempts at jokes. Very different vibes going on here. I have been using Ground News since 2021 because it is just a great and fun way to keep up with the news. But don't just take my word for it. Even the Nobel Peace Center called it an excellent way to stay informed, avoid echo chambers, and expand your worldview. Best of all, I am currently offering 40% off their Vantage plan, which is the plan I use to access all their amazing features. So go to ground.news/shoe or use the QR code here on screen, or use the link in the video description down below. It's only like $5.
I'm broke. I ain't buying that.
A month, which is basically the price of like a coffee. You can also gift a subscription to somebody. Just select the Vantage subscription, add a customized gift message, and Ground News will send it straight to their inbox where they can activate it. The perfect Christmas present for your out-of-touch uncle who gets all his news from Facebook. So thank you, Ground News, for sponsoring this video, and thank you, the viewer.
Our boomers get all their news from state TV. It is what it is.
For not skipping the ad. Right? Now, let's get back to the video. For those of you familiar with the Shoe on Head channel, you know I've harshly criticized the Democratic Party for all my career. Some say too harshly. Frankly, I don't care. And some say I'm not harsh enough on the Republicans. First of all, true, but let's be honest, that's not why you come here. You go to Kyle Kalinske for that.
That is kind of why I come here, because it's funny. Jacob, keep your fetishes to yourself. If you want to be impregnated, not on my channel.
that. Just like you go to Destiny to see opinions you can hear on CNN, or to Hassan for dog training tips. You come here to hear.
I spit out. I always spit my water for that one. Holy shit. Hassan and dog training tips. Yeah, go to Hassan for dog training tips.
Here, golly gee willikers, I'm left wing and the Democrats have gone crazy. That's the shit you're here for. But are the Democrats actually getting their shit together? Or did they simply get lucky in a few blue areas? One of those blue areas being my city, New York, where Democratic Socialist candidates
New Yorkistan. It is New Yorkistan now. Correction.
Zohran Mamdani won the election and will become the new mayor. And a lot of people are like really confused about how this happened. And if you're one of those people, you really need to keep watching. If you don't understand why Mamdani won, I'm sorry to say, but you're kind of like the liberals in 2016 who didn't understand why Trump won. It's actually extremely understandable why Zohran Mamdani won, and it's not just because New York is full of commies or whatever. He is objectively the best Democratic candidate that they've had in a very, very long time. Like, I know the bar is in hell there, but he's young, he's energetic, he's charismatic, and people are really tired of the White
And he was already asking for money again.
House doubling as a retirement home. And of course, I like many of his economic policies. I like the universal childcare thing, the transportation, flipping off the Christopher Columbus statue. That's the shit I don't like. Bitch, that's our fucking guy. He was a brave Italian explorer who discovered America, and in this house, Christopher Columbus is a hero. End of story. I've said this many times, but I don't think the good left-wing policies can even exist alongside the bad left-wing policies. Like, I don't know how you can have free transportation, but also be soft on crime. Like, I don't know, like, in what world does that work out? You can't have nice, clean, free transportation if a bunch of drug addicts and violent felons are going around stabbing people and setting them on fire. You can't have nice things if you don't.
That's a Spain thing. That's a Spain thing. They did this to a girl. Put on flame. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Have rules to enforce those nice things, you know what I mean? It's always such a breath of fucking fresh air when I go back to visit my family in the suburbs of Long Island and I go to the CVS and the fucking toothpaste is free from their plexiglass prisons. I shouldn't have to wait 10 minutes for some poor wagey to come unlock the cagey so I can buy fucking shampoo. We don't have to.
Well, you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised. Here in Europe now, they're starting to put meat behind these like plastic cages or stuff like that. They're already trying to put stuff behind cages. Meat is currently a big one.
Live that way. Maybe he'll do great, or maybe he gets into power and immediately cucks to the establishment like some other people. I don't like to talk about it. I just don't know how the hell anyone thought Andrew Cuomo was going to win. He killed a bunch of grandmas during COVID.
As you admitted this week, you personally altered the state health department report to undercount the death total, to hide the death total, and then evaded and lied to these families for 5 years. So
you killed a shit ton of people. Bro, what? Plus, he doesn't even live in New York City. He doesn't live in the city he's running to be mayor of. Cuomo just kind of expected to win based on name recognition alone and being like, hey, at least I'm not the other guy.
Well, he wasn't that far away, I guess. Cage. Yeah, the meat cage. Like, not the cage you put on peepees. I mean, the literal, like they put up, like, a barricade. So somebody has to open it up so you can get the food out. Basically. They literally put the food in cages now. So you can't steal it that easily anymore.
Sound familiar? Trump actually offered a vision. Make America great again. Mamdani offered a vision. A New York City you can afford. So people took a chance on him. People wanted something different. Andrew Cuomo, he had no vision or anything. Oh man, I love tuning into a debate about New York City and 80% of it is about another f***ing country.
The first foreign visit by a mayor of New York is always considered significant. Where would you go first?
First visit, I would visit the Holy Land.
I would go to Israel.
I'd make my 4th trip to Israel.
Mr. Mamdani.
I would stay in New York City. My plans are to address New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs and focus.
America first. Was Israel firstest? Why are they not beating the allegations? What is this? Stop. Stop. You're not beating the allegations. Is that better? They should be out of the open. Everyone should be able to open it, though. That's the thing. Not everyone can open it. Not everyone can open it. That's why they're behind cages now.
Focus on that.
Mr. Mamdani, can I just jump in? Would you visit Israel?
That was the exact moment I knew Zoran was going to win. Bro was just surrounded by NPCs. I love how they're like, where would you go? And Zoran was like, I'm gonna stay here. And instead of being like, no, Zoran, the question was, where would you go? They're like, why wouldn't you go to Israel? Like, that's the answer to the question. Like, that's just the default answer to that question. His win was very much in part a direct response to the affordability crisis that many Americans are facing. So what is the GOP's answer to the affordability crisis? Oh, great news, guys. There is no affordability crisis. It doesn't exist. It's
I can't pay for shit. Source? Trump officials. That cannot be true. That cannot be true. Mamdani decided to ignore the question and win by a thing outside of the box. Who knows? Well, he and Trump seem to get along, so, hey. Unless he, like, does a 180 again.
all in your head, silly. Need to save money? Simply don't buy your grandmother a Christmas present this year.
Budget, budget, budget. You need a plan. Also remember, adults don't need gifts, okay? Focus on the people in your life who are age 3 to 18. Grandma doesn't need slippers. If they don't live by you, don't get them a gift. Now's not the time to spend and break the banks.
Zoran's win was also basically a direct response to the housing crisis in America. So what is the GOP's response to the pie-in-the-sky, commie gobbledygook that Zoran...
You know what this sounds like? You know what this sounds like? It's crazy. Hi GT, how you doing? Everything good? You know what this sounds like? So, they were here in Europe, here in Germany. They were working on a law that made it fine to tax your money if you have too much laying on your bank account. I am not kidding. They were working on a tax that would tax you if you had too much money laying around on your bank account. We are in the end time. That's what it sounds like. Like, hoard all the money, and then, like, introduce tax so you can get the money on people's bank account. Same energy.
Mamdani is selling. Surely they have a better solution.
Here we go. The White House is floating this idea. Bill Pulte is saying, thanks to President Trump, we can indeed work on the 50-year mortgage, a complete game changer. How does that work in dollars? Here you go. 30-year fixed mortgage right now. You're paying $2,038 a month, principal and interest on a $400,000 home. At the bottom, under 50 years, you'd save a couple $100 a month at $1,822 principal and interest. That is proposed. Do you like this idea?
I do not like this idea.
Not lowering prices, not building more housing. No, just being a good little slave to the bank for 50 years. You might as well...
Yeah, just pay your mortgages for 50 years. Peak. Just be a slave for 50 years. Sure. Why not? Not more housing, not lowering prices, just longer paying.
You'll be a rentoid forever in this case. Like, at least you don't have to fix your own dishwasher. You will own nothing and be happy. Doesn't that sound great, Gen Z? Vote for us. We'll release the Epstein files and finally drain the swamp.
You know who said that? You know who said that? The World Economic Forum. You will own nothing and be happy. The same energy. Yeah, true. I'm good. Your relationship ruining Apple. Crazy work. Calling her that, but she's right. You're right.
Awesome! Finally, justice. Here it comes, the Epstein Files Phase 1. We got all your favorite E-celebs here. Don't you think that's a little
Booba. It was either a horse, Bill Clinton, or a kiddo. Pick it.
tacky? I mean, like, this is an international child trap. The Epstein Files are on my desk. Oh, that's great. That's great. That's what we've been waiting for. Well? Oh, they don't exist. Wait, what? Yeah, the Epstein files don't exist. They're a Democrat hoax. But you just said, hey, what the fuck? That's my wallet. Sorry.
True. And all of a sudden now they do. All of a sudden now they do exist.
Israel needs new weapons. Bye. Psst. What do you want, Democrat? Vote for us. Why? What do you have to offer?
America's Israel is our Ukraine. It's crazy. It's crazy because we do the same thing with Ukraine. It's really funny. And you know what the crazy part is? Every year we spend enough money on Ukraine since this has been going on. Enough to give every retired person in Germany $300 more a month for an entire year. It is wild.
Offer. Hey! That's my wallet again! What are you people doing? Sorry. Israel needs new weapons. Bye. The Epstein files are a really big deal. This is not a partisan issue. You should absolutely care about an international child trafficking blackmail operation consisting of the most powerful people in the world. And anyone telling you to move on is coping, gaslighting, or in on it. If whatever is in there is so damning that it is a national security risk, the people deserve to know. Like, I don't know about you, but if we are paying taxes to a bunch of satanic pedophiles, I would like to know. That is information I would like to know. Like, I already know we're doing that, but I would like some confirmation. Okay, so literally as I am filming this, Trump is saying he is releasing the Epstein files. So I guess they weren't a hoax. I'm gonna be so honest.
Booba. Horse Clinton kid. So, I hope it is Clinton. Because the kid is pedophilia, that would be illegal. The horse is zoophilia, which would be illegal as well. The only thing on this list that is not illegal is giving sloppy toppy to a former president. The most progressive period of the White House. Now we know why it's called the White House.
No idea what the f is going on, you guys. I'm sure when this video gets posted, there's already gonna be more things that have happened. Also, Mike Johnson apparently said they need to make changes to the files to make sure we, quote, don't do permanent damage to the political system. If releasing the Epstein files would do damage to the political system, then so be it. Then it deserves to be damaged. It deserves to be destroyed. Just release the files.
See, what I believe that what is in these files is, first of all, plenty of Democrats being part of this, plenty of Republicans being part of this, and plenty of internationals being part of this. I can guarantee you, it will drop names of European politicians as well. I can guarantee you that. I can promise you that there is names of people who are not politicians in the US. European, Asian, could be anything in there.
After all, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. Isn't that right, government? But it wasn't just the Epstein files thing that has MAGA feeling a little demoralized lately.
And does that mean the H-1B visa thing will not be a big priority for your administration? Because if you want to raise wages for American workers, you can't flood the country with tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of foreign workers.
You also do have to bring in talent. When
we have plenty of talented people
here.
No, you don't. We don't have talented people here?
No, you don't have certain talents, and people have to learn.
We've talked about this a few times on this channel, actually very recently in the male loser epidemic video. The no talented Americans thing is a myth pushed on us by corpos and billionaires, so they can hire foreign workers who will work for less money and won't.
Yep. People say there is no what's it? There is no population swapping. There is. It's just not a conspiracy theory like they want to eradicate white people. That's not what's happening. What's happening is you invite foreign workers, pay them minimum wage, and they will take the minimum wage because they are used to having less, and minimum wage is more than what they originally had, so they will work for minimum wage, while the native population will not accept minimum wage, driving the native population out of the workforce. Yeah, pretty much. I will not get isekai'd. This world is already shit. If I get isekai'd, I might get isekai'd into a world that's even shittier. That's not a good thing. As it will also not follow a goddess. I will not. There will be no yaoi. I am not gay. I like women. They don't like me though.
Unionized. Worker drones who will work under the coercion of deportation, essentially creating
Yep, they won't unionize. Here's another thing. The more diverse a company is, which they want, the less likely they are to unionize because they share nothing in common, meaning if they share nothing in common, they won't unionize. That's why I'm always like, you push DEI, you push diversity, because it's easier, because first of all, you have to pay people less, and it gets harder for people to unionize.
infinite scab labor, even though there are so many Americans in these fields looking for jobs. But those spoiled Americans will ask for a living wage so they can live in a 600-foot square apartment. How dare they? We can't do that. So import 1 billion immigrants. After all, it's good for business.
Folks are not thrilled about this idea of hundreds of thousands of foreign students in the United States.
If we were to cut that in half, which perhaps makes some people happy, you would have half the colleges in the United States go out of business.
So what?
And it's not that I want them, but I view it as a business.
Unfortunately, America does feel like nothing but 3 corporations in a trench coat. But America is not a business. America is not a corporation. It is a nation. The contrast of what Trump is saying here compared to how he used to talk is staggering. Republicans embracing populism, at least rhetorically, is what gave rise to Donald Trump.
Here's the crazy thing, right? Here's the crazy thing. They use this exact same argument here for Europe as well. To import people from countries that, first of all, the crazy part is that a lot of these don't even provide what they're supposed to do. They live off of welfare. Like, they live off of... It is crazy that the vast majority of people that live off our welfare are not Germans. It is not Germans. Germans are a minority. In fact, Europeans are a minority of people that benefit from Germany's welfare. And they're actively trying to import more people so they can basically push the native population of the workforce to save a few bucks. And they're this stupid, right? They're pushing up the minimum wage, right? They're pushing up the minimum wage, which all enough increases the prices, but they could also tax more. Shit is happening in Europe. It's crazy. And that doesn't include the problems that come along if you import people from different cultures that may or may not align with yours.
Trump and fundamentally changed the way Republicans do politics in America. If you go back and watch the debates of Donald Trump in 2016, it's crazy.
We should have never been in Iraq. We have destabilized the Middle East. They lied. They said there were weapons of mass destruction. There were none, and they knew there were none. There were no weapons of mass destruction.
All right.
I remember being like, damn, that's not how politicians in general really talked at the time. Like, we would see it from Bernie Sanders and maybe like Ron Paul, but to get up on stage in a Republican debate in front of Republican donors saying that kind of shit was unheard of. Bro was getting booed. Trump won in 2016 by decrying the bloodlust and warmongering of the Republican Party, but also by speaking to the economic woes.
That is because here's the harsh truth. The world is not run by politicians. Whether it's a president, whether it's a chancellor, whether it is anyone else, it is run by companies. That's just the truth. Money. Money talks. Hey, politics, bye. Take care, Joe. Assimilate. That's the thing, is that they don't do that. They don't do that. See, we currently have a big discussion in Germany about again misogyny as usual as it usually is, and they always like want to be like men. It's men's fault. Men are doing this, and then you look at the statistics. It's not German men. It's not Italian men. It's not European men. And you're like, wait a minute. The same women that are saying it's men are also the same women that are for the importation of men that hate them. That's one of the consequences. It's like crazy that these people believe that getting people here that hate women protects women. How? What is this? What are we doing?
Of the average working class American. Basically saying, I see you, to people who felt like they haven't been seen by either party in a very long time. Like, I saw people in my life, my neighbors and stuff, that were all like Obama voters, like just flipped to Trump, and now like all of Long Island. Long Island is like the Florida of the Northeast, bro. It is like Trump country there now. Before Trump... Oh, my nuggies are here. My nuggies are here.
Nuggies. Oh, I love nuggies. Well, poker, the revaluation, exactly how George Carlin said 2 decades ago. Yeah. I'm gonna read a manga about a male. Why are you telling me this?
1 second. 1 second. I must go get my nuggies. It's nuggie time. 34-year-old woman, by the way.
But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The nuggies. It doesn't matter if you're 35. You could be 70. Nuggies are nuggies. We all act this way in a moment of weakness. Nuggies. Politicians lie so victims feel better for nothing. True.
Mother, by the way. Before Trump, the Democrats basically relied on talking about how the Republican Party didn't care about the working class. But eventually, the problem for Democrats was the working class didn't care about them. But now it seems like the Republican Party is going back on all of that and becoming the Bush-era neoconservative party again, right as they're winning, embracing freaks like Lindsey Graham.
So I just want to say, I feel good about the Republican Party. I feel good about where we're going as a nation. We're killing all the right people and we're cutting your taxes. Trump is my favorite president. We've run out of bombs. We didn't run out of bombs in World War II.
Republicans, is that what you want your party to be? Lowering taxes and killing people? We tried that already. To many Republicans, the solution to the affordability crisis wreaking havoc on Americans is simply trusting the free market, working hard, and if that doesn't work, they bust out all reliable.
If you're a young person and you can't afford to live here, then maybe you should not live here. I mean, that is a real thing. Yeah, I know that
I don't like Ben Shapiro at all. He's like funny when he owns the libs, but when it comes... Like, is he saying that basically if you can't afford to live in the US, leave the US? That's, and that's an interesting take, my guy. So you want people to emigrate to leave the US. That's weird. Because then you have to import workers. Because you lose your workers. And now you have a loop. Like, people leave the US, but people come to the US. This man's stupid.
we've now grown up in a society that says that you deserve to live where you grew up. But the reality is that the history of America is almost literally the opposite of that.
Ah yes, the classic. Just move. Just move from economic zone 67 to economic zone 69. I don't know, man. Maybe some people actually like where they live. Maybe they want to make their community better. This is like the libertarian version of just deal with it when you talk to leftists about crime. Like, no, we shouldn't just deal with it. We shouldn't just move. Maybe we can make the cities in our country livable and safe. Maybe better things are possible, actually. My husband and I moved away from our families.
Okay, sure, on a country level, that might seem like a smart idea. But then you're just gonna slowly create super clusters of large cities and urban areas just die out. And then you're gonna have them even, like, if you say that, then you're gonna have a even bigger problem, because if people move, that means that other places get overcrowded, get more expensive, so people move from there back to, like, to the other place, because the other place, someone has to lower rent, because nobody's moving there.
Because of his job, and it f***ing sucks. It sucks raising kids without an extended family around. Say hi to grandma on FaceTime. Not normal, not natural. When I was growing up, it was like aunts and uncles and cousins and grandparents were just coming in and out of my house, like bringing over food, like, hey, I got some mancati. I would be babysat by my cousins and my aunts. And because we moved away, my kid won't have that.
That is, unfortunately, made on purpose. Because then you cannot rely on family, you cannot rely on others. You separate families. That is on purpose. Because you can make money out of it. That is on purpose. And also, it's easier to indoctrinate your child in school.
And I wouldn't be surprised if that's one reason many young people are putting off having children. The complete lack of community, the lack of a village. If you can't afford to live where your family lives, just move to f***ing get.
It's also that. See, it's that. But it's also that we have cultivated a general, in Western society, a general anti-child sentiment. Right? Like, I think one of the most child-unfriendly societies, in my opinion, has to be, at least on the continent that I live in, Germany. Germany is incredibly anti-child. Our society, that is. It's crazy. Humans are social animals dead. It is. Definitely. Make all these places equally resourceful first, which just can't be true. Yep.
Gary, Indiana, where there's nobody around and no jobs and no family and no friends, but hey, at least you can afford a house there. That's not how life should work, Ben. Maybe take a step back and try to understand. Am I doing bird hands too much? You guys have made me so insecure about the f***ing bird hands thing ever since this meme.
It's true, though! When a liberal woman brings out this hand gesture, get ready to hear the worst take of your life. I don't know why she was on here. Gigabay's dad. But these probably. But they also look the part.
Okay, listen, I'm a woman, okay? We are programmed to scold children. And when no children are around, we scold people on the internet, okay? Anyway, Nick Fuentes is a far-right commentator and a controversial figure to say the least. But his main topic he covers is Israel, which is an extremely hot topic that many other right-wing commentators seem to not want to touch. And the rare times they do touch it, it's them telling you not to talk about it, questioning why you care so much, or shape-shifting into the woke mob they fought against for so many years, calling you names, calling for you to be censored. What's funny is they didn't care about any of Nick Fuentes' rants on, like, race or women. They only started caring when his rants on Israel were blowing up. Nick recently did an interview with Tucker Carlson, which completely ignited the MAGA civil war that was brewing on the right for some time now. It got so...
I find Nick Fuentes funny. Not gonna lie. He is incredibly retorted sometimes, from the feeling I get. But he has some appeal, I don't know. Some of his clips, not gonna lie, but then again, even like people that are a little special usually have a little appeal. I disagree, Poke. I think Japan is worse. First of all, the continent that I live. Second of all, are Japanese young women making songs about how they don't want to be pregnant and be kicked in the belly? Are Japanese young women making songs about aborting the children through drugs and alcohol? See, Japan has a different issue. Japan has an issue that it's mostly the work culture that is anti-children because people don't have the time to raise children. It's also a financial issue. But here, they're actively promoting not having children. And we don't have a work culture like Japan has it. But that's the music that young women are listening to right now, as it stands.
Ridiculous that even Chuck Schumer went on the Senate floor and called for a disavowal of Nick Fuentes. Sir, with all due respect, none. Why do politicians need a resolution in the Senate to disagree with a citizen? Hello, I have gathered you all here today.
I have to say this because what do you mean a podcaster is that much of a threat?
To disavow Hitler Bussy 420.
Hitler Bussy.
People can't afford groceries, Charles. Ben Shapiro, in particular, has spent the last few months extremely confused.
Here they can't afford butter, though. Butter is dropping significantly in price. It went from almost like €2 to €1.19. You may not be able to afford food, most groceries, but you can afford butter.
And angry about Zoran Mamdani and Nick Fuentes becoming popular in the mainstream, all while his numbers continue to drop. I honestly don't think he understands what is happening.
Which is just Kanye with the swastika? That's crazy work.
Here. So I am going to explain to you, Ben, what exactly is going on here. The American dream does not exist anymore for most people. Young people followed advice that worked for older generations, and it got them nowhere.
We need to realize this, that in 20 or 30 years or so, most governments won't have any money. Because everything else will be eaten up by mostly. Anything else will be eaten up mostly by, social issues. See, for example, Europe, most countries will no longer have any liquid money in 20 years. Because everything will be eaten up by the social systems. Everything. And then it doesn't matter who even gets into power. It doesn't matter who gets into power. They won't have any money to do any relevant systematical changes anymore. And the US will also reach this point. Most definitely. Because the debt just gets too large. Time to chunk on butter bricks. Let's go. New butter slogan. I can't believe I can only afford butter. You know what, Joe? I'm gonna massage you. I'm gonna drench you in butter. Anyways, Poke said the video 10 minutes only. That's fine.
Young people are tired of this stale, moldy, old, dead consensus that has dominated American politics for a very long time. The one that dragged us into all these foreign wars and sold us out for some cheap plastic shit from China. Young people are tired of being told to sit down and shut up and pledge allegiance to the free market in a country that seems to not give a shit about them, as well as a foreign country they have absolutely no connection to. For so long, establishment hacks and establishment shills.
Most countries that claim to have a free market don't have a free market. You want to know why? You don't want to know why they don't have a free market? Because in a free market, in a hypothetical free market, monopolies should not be possible. But they exist. We don't have a free market. In a world where banks control everything. if you have like a federal bank, then you don't have a free market in that way. Because the bank decides on what's gonna happen.
Looked at the issues bothering the people and just kind of dismissed them. Can't afford to live where you grew up? Just move. Don't like that the toothpaste is locked behind plexiglass? Just deal with it. Think it's kind of f***ed up how you work 40 hours a week and still can't afford to pay rent? What are you, some kind of communist? You don't like funding a genocide with your tax dollars? What are you, anti-Semitic? If you don't address the issues of the people will gravitate towards those who are addressing those issues. It's not Mamdani's fault he won. It's yours. It's not Nick Fuentes' fault he's popular. It's yours. The tragedy of Ben Shapiro is that he led a life worshipping the free market, only to lose in the free marketplace of ideas. Now, with all this neocon rhetoric coming out of the GOP, are the Democrats going to pick up the populist ball that they are fumbling? Are they actually going to get their shit together? Well, they are trying, because they have written an article called Deciding to Win, where after interviewing over 300,000 American voters from both parties, they may have finally discovered the secret to winning.
To give ourselves the best chance to win, we recommend the following changes to our approach. Democrats need to 1. Focus our messaging on an economic program centered on lowering costs, growing the economy, creating jobs, and expanding the social safety net. 2. Advocate for popular economic...
Okay. Looks interesting. Okay.
policies. Moderate our positions where our agenda is unpopular, including on issues like immigration, public safety, energy production, and some identity and cultural issues.
So basically it took you guys 10 years, millions of...
Is this really that? Is this the Democrats? What? Huh?
dollars and dozens of Microsoft team meetings to come to the conclusion that everyone has been saying forever. You wasted a decade worshipping at the altar of mentally ill Karens, and now you're acting like, hey, what if we were normal is a groundbreaking political discovery. F*** you. I could have told you all this for free.
Yo! German government! Yo, EU! How about you use your above average European above average IQ European brain and get your shit together too, if that's what's gonna happen. I think they're lying. Politicians are lying. They're always lying, right? They're always lying. But it's interesting.
It is a bad sign that it took you over a decade to come to the same conclusion that my audience has come to like a decade ago. And they're all retarded. Please reflect.
Why you gotta throw shade like this? Why you gotta shit on me like this? What is this? Well, I wish Europe would wake up, but it's probably gonna take them double the time, at least 20 years. Or like 10 now.
Reflect on this, I beg of you. Also, what do you mean you had unpopular positions on public safety? Like, why would you even say that out loud? Yeah, let's vote for the party that admits it was wrong about the issue of crackheads shanking people in the street. I love this quote from Nancy Pelosi randomly shoved in here.
Winning an election is a decision. You make a decision to win, and then you make every decision in favor of winning.
How deep! How thought-provoking! Thank you, Nancy. What would we do without you? Probably win an election.
Democrats have changed our focus. In comparison with the Democratic Party of 2012, today's Democratic Party is more focused on issues like climate change, democracy, abortion, and identity and cultural concerns, and less focused on the economy and middle class. The table below shows this shift. Through an analysis of the prevalence of selected words in the 2024 Democratic Party platform, in comparison with the 2012 Democratic Party platform.
This whole study is really interesting, but I need you guys to see this chart, because when I first saw this, the scream I screamed.
Damn, bro, what the fuck? So, absolute changes per 1,000 words. White, black, Latino, Latina. Over 1,000%? Climate, 150. Guns, 725. LGBT, 1,000%. Justice, hate, 1,300%. Childcare, not in 2012. Platform crazy. Democracy, reproductive equity. And then you look at this, it's like Men minus 51%. So worse. It's like funny. It just gets worse. Interesting. Tax cuts. Even they talk less about this now than they do back in 2012. Jobs also less. Like the important middle class things here, that includes men, have gotten all less attention. I find this very interesting. And significant drops. Ha! Cool. Use just finger its asshole for now and then blame US or Asia when shits go down. Damn, trends didn't exist in 2012. It didn't. In that presence at all. That is true. See. The EU blames everyone but themselves. That is what it does. That is what it does. Right? It's interesting. It's interesting, right? Just like the German government cares about anything and blames anything but themselves. And they also ignore Germany as a country. But yeah, the EU is special. Now they are introducing, finally, coming to my European brothers, chat control. They can now read my slutty emails and age verification every 3 months. Peak.
So Democrats since 2012 have increased their rhetoric on race by, sit down, 1,137%. On the gays, 1,044%. Their rhetoric on men has decreased by 51%. It is now negative 51%. On fathers, negative 100%. They just stopped talking about that shit. Veterans, negative 31%. The economy, negative 51%, because nobody cares about that, right? The middle class, 79%, but I guess you can't really talk about something that is disappearing. And jobs, negative 47%. It somehow gets worse. Apparently voters trust Republicans more on the most important issues to them and trust Democrats the most on the least important issues to them. Like they literally care the least about LGBT, but trust Democrats the most with it. The most popular Democratic policies among voters are things like lowering drug prices, banning stock trading, expanding Medicare, and raising the minimum wage. While the most unpopular Democratic policies are things like abolishing the police, providing free healthcare to illegal immigrants.
I'm gonna say this. In general, if you are in the US and you want free healthcare, you better start popping babies. Because if you do not, it'll be gone very, very quickly. It'll be gone very, very quickly, that free healthcare. If you do not pop out babies for the squasher, for the tax squasher, your free healthcare is gone pretty quickly. I'm gonna tell you that. It's dying here in Germany. Because nobody's paying taxes for it anymore. There's not enough tax money to pay for the free stuff. And they picking about Indian politics, talking about religion, similar shit.
And affirmative action. You're telling me this for the first time. Democrats, here is some advice for free. You can't just be MAGA light. Why would people drink Mr. Pibb when Dr. Pepper is right there? You know what I'm saying? You gotta bring something different, something better to the table. And that different should be working class focused economic populism. I don't just want 2 neocon parties, okay? But all of this is pointless when it's clear the Dems are not changing at all. They're just gonna change their messaging. They're putting pretty wrapping paper and a bow on a big fat smelly turd. There is a chance that the Democrats may win based entirely on Orange Man bad. Again. Which means they might get into office by learning absolutely f***ing nothing. Again. Then the voters will go, oh my god, nothing has changed, and then they'll vote for a Republican. American politics.
I might point to my side here. Nothing ever happens. Nothing ever happens.
It's just a revolving door of villains, isn't it? Rest assured, whoever wins, we lose. If you're actually gonna do this shit, if you're actually gonna do what you're saying in this little article, you better be going whole hog, not just the tip. I'm talking embracing Shoesalism.
Shoesalism. Free shoe videos for everyone?
For many years, I have been smeared as many things. Grifter, flip-flopper, fence-sitter, racist, sexist, homophobic, but I am not a grifter, flip-flopper, or a fence-sitter. I'm simply living in 2055. You see, America has been a hyper-capitalist, economically center-right, socially center-left country since about the mid-century. And I know libertarians in my audience are gonna be like, it's not capitalism, it's cronyism. Okay, whatever the f you wanna call it, it sucks, okay? So what if instead, and hear me out, what if instead we were a more people-focused, community-focused, working-class-focused, economically left, socially right country? All the data shows more people fall into that quadrant, the populist quadrant, the shoesalist quadrant, if you will, than the current system we are in today. If a shoesalist party existed, it would be incredibly popular, but it doesn't exist. And that's probably by design, honestly. The Social Democrat Party of Denmark has passed many progressive policies that liberals in America would only dream of. Protection from rent hikes, free college and healthcare, carbon taxes, and a very strong welfare system. But the Social Democrat Party also believes in a strict immigration policy. They believe that if immigration is too—
I find this very funny. I find this very funny. Because I think she's not aware of it. I think she's not aware of it, what's happening in Denmark. Besides that, there was a documentary for Denmark that basically said Denmark is not diverse enough. They're not mixing enough. Which basically says, they basically said that the Danish people are inbreeding, when that's literally impossible. They just want to force to use propaganda for the people in Denmark to mix. It's really interesting.
Fast or chaotic, it puts pressure on working class communities, weakens social unity, and makes it harder to maintain their strong welfare system. Wow, what a f***ing grifter Denmark is. I feel like so many people nowadays are like terminally left-right brain to the point where like they look at issues and instead of being like, that solution makes sense to me.
Like I said, if you want all these free benefits, you better be popping some babies, because if you don't, look at Germany. You are cooked. If 13 million people out of 88 million are running the country.
I believe that. I agree with that. They instead go, that's the left-wing solution, therefore I will believe in that. And it's so stupid and hyper-partisan and makes absolutely no sense to me. And that's why I think like a lot of left-right brain hyper-partisan people don't understand me or people like me. That's why they call me a centrist or fence-sitter or flip-flopper or whatever. And it's like, no, I'm not a fence-sitter. I have many strong opinions. You just don't like them. And no, I'm not a flip-flopper just because you don't understand the concept of having opinions that don't perfectly fall on the arbitrary, always changing left-right axis that is American circus politics. There's nothing incoherent about my beliefs on paper. None of them contradict one another. I don't understand. She likes free healthcare but doesn't want to chemically castrate children? She believes in workers' rights but wants a stricter border? I don't get it. Like, where is the contradiction? I'm basically just Bernie Sanders before he got his spine surgically removed by the DNC. In conclusion, MAGA and the Republican Party embracing populism is what made them so popular in the first place. But if the Republican Party's answer to all these issues young people are having is, F you, just move, you're not talented, maybe you'll own a home when you're 70 years old, they're doomed. Like they had a small, brief fling with populism and ghosted it. Just pumped and dumped. Like a fat whore they're ashamed of and won't bring out.
Yeah, but now I have a question. If populism is the fat whore, is MAGA? Are the Republicans a black man? Like, remember the meme? The Kenyan man? Sacrifice it or Jamaican men like overweight women?
Out on dates in public. As I'm editing this, Trump and Mamdani had a meeting together and it was very interesting.
We were discussing when Bernie Sanders was out of the race, I picked up a lot of his votes and people had no idea. When he was put out of the race, I think quite unfairly, if you want to know the truth, many of the Bernie Sanders voters voted for me. And I felt very comfortable, frankly, in seeing that and saying that. I would feel very, very comfortable being in New York, and I think much more so after the meeting. We agree on a lot more than I would have thought.
I'm sorry, this is my new favorite problematic Yowie ship. They love each other.
Toxic Yowie, Mum Daddy Trump. Well, if what's in that Epstein dump is real, that might be a toxic Yowie here.
Each other. Maybe it's not over, folks. Maybe the power of friendship and populism will save us all. Listen, I want my kids to grow up in a safe and affordable world where they can get jobs and they can start a family and then they can have the same for their kids. And I feel like at the end of the day, that's what most people want, left and right. They just have different ideas on how to get there. It just so happens my ideas happen to be the correct ones, and if you disagree with them, you will be sent to the re-education camp. Do you want one? Do you want a nuggie? Pledge
No, I want nuggies.
your allegiance to shoesalism and you get a nuggie. So that was that little video. If you liked it, please subscribe for more, and if you want to help support the channel, donate to my Patreon, link down below.
No.
All patrons get every single video uncensored a day early. If you can't or don't want to support me on Patreon, that's fine. I don't care. I didn't want you to anyway. Baka. Okay, I will see you guys soon with a fun slop video just in time for Christmas. Bye!
I'm waiting for the slop video peak. Yeah, I like American politics because, to be fair, European politics is incredibly boring. It's incredibly boring because nothing ever happens. European politics is always nothing ever happens. Because there's something interesting that happens, right? It happens, it goes through like all the procedures, and then it ends at the EU courts because it's unconstitutional. Or it's just like unlawful. So it's kind of boring sometimes. That's why American politics is more fun. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Ordering nuggies? Fuck you. Fuck you! Anyways, guys, I'm taking a quick bathroom break, then we'll continue. We'll look at what the Joe sent. Hi, Zoom. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. Hello. I will be right back, kiddos. I'm back. Hello. Hi, Cocos. How you doing? Hope you doing good. I don't know. Okay, will do my Rex, but still, I put something in. I won't do the Gooner one. YouTube's already onto me for some odd reason. Recently, they do like to put my videos on restriction. It's weird. We're not doing that. This Nados part 2. Nah, I need something. We're gonna look what Joe said. Real quick. Wait, Croc said another one? Okay. Interesting. Hold up. My recommendation's a good one. Chill for a second, whatever that is. 10 minutes of the world's cutest puppies. That's nice after a shoe video, sure. Croc also said another one. Let me check. God, this is load. What is this bullshit? Whatever that is. Okay, that's a little longer. It's fine though. Okay. I guess we could react to cute puppies. Think we could. I think we could. Sure, puppies work. We could do yours as well, of course. But puppies. Not the DoorDash girl again.
There's a girl.
Chill. Look. Puppies! Yeah, cute, it falls down. Very cute. Falls downstairs. Okay, buddy. Okay, buddy. Here we go. Doggos. We're gonna look at doggos. Understandable. It was literally just a guy trying to play a hentai game without encountering the hentai. Yeah, I looked through it. I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, bro, this crazy. That's crazy. 10 minutes of the world's cutest puppies by Epic Buzz B. We're gonna look at that. We're gonna look at that. Wait. It does pause. Let's go. It's cute. The like button. Look at this. It does pause. Anyways, puppies.
Oh no!
That's poor puppy. Yeah. True. Small dogs do this.
Are you ready to go to school? Let's go.
Cute. That's cute. Straight into the bag. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Wait, look at this little creature. Look at it. Look at it! Look at it. I remember when Luna was still small, that little monster. She eventually just randomly started going upstairs as a kid, as a puppy. And at this point, it was decided. She would sleep upstairs. I was like, for a sec, is that a pig? That's not a pig.
Okay.
I surrender. Wait. Wait. Hold up.
Okay.
Uh-huh. Look at him. I know what you are. He just opens his mouth and that little guy's just gone. It's just gone. My dogs are at 6 years old, yet still looks like a puppy. She just turned 7. Damn, my dog's older. Oh my god. Look at the look at this horde. Look at the horde. Look, release the puppin. Release them. Release the babies.
When you call
I would also do goofy shit like this. I swear to God, I would.
What's him being the awesome boyfriend? Oh well.
I'm dead. I give up. It's interesting. See that video that where dogs react to realistic cakes that look like dogs? And the owner slices it and a real dog gets shitless scared. Yeah, I've seen videos like this. They're fun.
When you realize your opponent is much stronger than you, I'm out of here.
What the fuck? That's a little dog? That's a freshly birthed dog and a bird. That is crazy. Mine doesn't do it. You know what mine does? There are these little like plastic toys that you could like take into the bathroom, right? And like bathing and stuff. You fill them up with water and you could shoot them around. One looks like a walrus, right? And she's scared of it. Also, she wouldn't like this.
Big guy. Uh-oh, this wasn't the manual for dealing with pups.
Puppy attack!
I could never give these away. I could never give these away. I just couldn't. I just couldn't. I would need to keep them forever. Down face to face.
In the argument.
Honey, you use fine and that's the day that you
Kissing the doggo. Or scare your dog like that, you monster. We just found that out. That it worked. I don't know why.
Doggo listen.
The little dog! The little dog against the horse.
Listens to too many motivational speakers. Uh-oh, that horse is way bigger than you, puppy.
Little fuck. Look at this fat little thing. Bro, look at his schwobbly wobbly skin right there, the folds and everything. Bro, you got no chance getting over this, buddy. It's Jover.
Puffy logic. If it squeaks, it's mine. If it doesn't, it's also mine.
Kelly, you look crazy.
actual footage of how my short-tempered manager reviews my report.
Baby, you're not on the streets no more, okay? We got it. Okay.
Why? That's the, by the way, not healthy. I'm not black. That's, by the way, not a healthy reaction. Second of all, why are small dogs the most aggressive at all times?
After his third coffee, be like, oh no. Oh.
It could be worse. It could be worse. We had a period where the snow was so bad that she disappeared. Yes, that large dog, my dog, just disappeared in the snow, drowning in there. That's the fine.
A bowl bath or a water park? Asking for a friend.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Too. Any weird, if I make like any whistling noises, she also does that.
They were about to fight, but Mama showed up.
Huh? It's pretty nice. You look handsome. Ow.
Open sesame, or in this case, open the food box, please. How does your pup welcome you home?
Mine doesn't do that, but what she does, so the snacks are located on the fridge, right? The snacks are located on the fridge. So what she does is she'll sit in front of the fridge and she'll not move an inch until she gets something. And she always gets something because I'm too weak. I'm too weak in mind and body. Yeah, dog, look at you whistling like, wait, you're a bird now? I'm a bird. Caw-caw! The amount of dogs. Oh my god, it's crazy. My dog just recently ate my waffles. This is not a joke, by the way. I had like 10 waffles left in that package, and she still ate all the 10 waffles. That dog is just a diva.
Meet our helper pup on the job. 10% moving boxes, 90% moving your hearts.
Not only is he not moving anything, you also have to move the dog.
Oh no, he's biting.
Yes, bite into that sniffer.
My nose.
Num 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 num. Take bro's nose. It's over. It is so uncomfortable if they bite into your feet. It is so uncomfortable. It is so uncomfortable. I hate it. Is that even a dog at this point? That fits in a shoe. That fits in like a small handbag. Is that even a dog? That's not the way that's a dog.
Dreaming of all the treats he didn't get today. Sassy.
Nah, bro is about to use telekinesis and move people around. Bro is a demon. Exit this dog. Digging for that ear. For that brown gold.
I bet he thinks the mailman is his daily dose of happiness.
What the fuck? That's crazy. Another corgi. Another corgi. Corgi peak.
That's what Santa brought you. Do you like it?
Guys, midnight snack champions don't sleep. They fight for their food. In this relationship, who wears the leash? Easy to tell.
My dog. It's the same for me. I am not walking my dog. My dog is walking me.
Hi, baby. Thank you. Oh, yes. Oh, Jake and Lainey and Corey are gonna love that. Yes. Yes.
Mine doesn't do that. She doesn't do that. What she does, though, is... when she sees dinosaurs on the TV, she doesn't like dinosaurs, and she's especially speciesist to stegosaurs. Every time she sees a stegosaurus, things are happening. She's gonna start barking, angry, growling. She does not like stegosaurus in particular. Sometimes you just gotta cool your ball sack. See? There's a reason it's called man's best friend. Why dogs are called man's best friend. We do the same. Sometimes you just gotta cool off your balls.
White. Okay.
Get fucked. I taught him from young age. I showed him a wolf howl on YouTube, and he learned to yell like that on every ambulance. Wait, that's interesting. Yeah, mine doesn't. She doesn't do that.
I bet this chip back is a poor.
I bet this is what it looked like when she ate my waffles. I bet that's what she looked like.
To another dimension. Ask Puppy.
Video. Something lighthearted. Yeah, doggos are cute. Doggos. See, dogs could never be cats. That's just dogs are not cats are not dogs. Dogs are just so superior in almost every way. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Seen many dogs that wait for the order to eat. Never worked out for me. Nope. It just doesn't. From my experience, it doesn't either. Cute. Yeah, this was cute. This was cute. Alright. I still have a Samex video with cannibalism, but we'll do that later. Which one did the cricket send? Let's see. This one. Well, we'll switch from doggos to getting eaten. We're switching from doggos to getting eaten. That's what we will be doing. Anyways. 10 most disturbing ways animals can hunt you. A Casual Geographic. Yeah, this won't be nice. This won't be nice. Time to get eaten. I think this is the way. This is the way. That's a tiger. Bro, that's terrifying. Bro, that's terrifying. Imagine this fucker just comes just like jumps at you. Ah, India, classic. Oh, that's the clip. Why did he put that clip in there? I've seen this clip uncensored. This was a monkey. This was a chimp just beating the shit out of a smaller monkey.
If you have nothing else to be grateful for, get on your knees and be glad that if you have 99 problems, avoiding predators ain't one. I hope. Otherwise...
He's T-posing! Look at his aura! See? This, guys, this is how you aura farm. That is how you aura farm. He is aura farming. Look at him. He's T-posing.
You should probably get off your knees. Predators have petrified us for as long as cavemen had consciousness, simply off the fact that just seeing one implies many others had to die. But for many, it's not what they can do to you, it's how, and these are the top 10 worst animals to be hypothetically hunted by, and spoiler, it gets a lot less hypothetical as the list goes on. The only rule is, I won't be talking about sea stars or crocodiles, only because I just made videos on both. Trust and...
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. The crocodiles. The crocos.
I believe they're both very qualified to be here. And if that disappoints you, here's a consolation prize. There's a lot of things to be afraid of being marooned on an island. Dehydration, exposure, but most don't consider being culled by crabs. And that's because, outside of remote islands in the Indian and Pacific Ocean, the coconut crab is only found in a very bad trip. Despite its name, coconuts are an insignificant part of a juiced up hermit crab's diet, but that didn't stop nature from equipping.
Bro, that's a crazy fucking thing. That's humongous. That's a humongous crab. I would still attempt to eat it.
Them with claws that can splice the fruit open. Besides, their street name is more lore accurate, as they're also called robber crabs, since they'll swarm your camp and carry off anything that ain't nailed down. The problem is, that's also how they hunt. In 2016, scientists watched as a coconut crab climbed a tree and attacked a sleeping bird, snapping its wings only to continue its death grip after they both fell on the ground. Within minutes, several other crabs—
Damn! You know how hard is a coconut? Yeah. I know coconuts are hard. Damn, well that bird's dead.
Crabs spawned in and proceeded to shred the barely breathing bird for hours. The crawling antichrists are scavengers with bloodlust, so getting gored by one means you'll certainly be maimed by more, and the fact that they can climb and track blood means there's nowhere on the island you can go where the Krusty Krab crew won't find you. The crabs are any-can animals, as in anything can get it. Rats, cats, even full-grown pigs can get flesh stripped, but the most disturbing stories are those of coconut crabs eating humans.
What did he say?
And track blood means there's nowhere on the island you can go where the Krusty Krab crew won't find you. The crabs are any-can animals, as in anything can get it. Rats, cats, even full-grown pigs can get flesh stripped, but the most—
Pigs? Fully, like, fucking pigs? That's crazy. I'll never go anywhere near this thing, me neither. Wearing some things in this video, not for the soft at heart. The subject is hunters, so enjoy. Yeah, well, that makes sense. Yeah. From what I know is that people that go missing in like tropical areas where these guys are around, chances are you won't find them ever again. Because I think these guys leave nothing left. Like, nothing at all. I'm pretty sure these dudes leave nothing left.
disturbing stories are those of coconut crabs eating humans. One gruesome account followed the 82-day Battle of Okinawa, where Japanese soldiers bore witness to hordes of giant spider-like crabs ravaging the bodies of their dead comrades. There's no real proof that this happened or that it even involved coconut offenders, but unfortunately, that's exactly how the crabs would have acted. Imagine a gang of armored cockroaches carrying the jaws of life, except the outcome of getting caught between them is quite the opposite. And with a diet of detritus, most coconut crabs are poisonous to eat, especially since many have the habit of eating sea mangoes, a fruit so toxic it has another—
Well, never mind. I ain't eating these. I am not eating this. I ain't eating that. I won't be eating these. Shit. Like, revenge, right? They try to eat me, but I turn around and eat them instead. Well.
Name. The Sardus apple. By far the scariest theory though is that it was coconut crabs that perp-walked Amelia Earhart off the census. Scary because whether she was past—
Yeah, that's probably the reason why. Yeah. It's crazy. It's crazy.
tense on arrival or incapacitated a plane crash would not have changed the response by the crabs. And while it's just a theory, the idea that someone's last moments could be spent desperately dragging their crippled body before an army of crabs brutally mutilates them for hours as their suffering only draws more is enough to earn them a spot on this list. And yet, they're only number 10. Most people aren't afraid of the dark, more so what could be in it. Thalassophobia is that before the ocean, but not a lot of people are afraid of the—
That was a cute shark puppy. Yeah.
sky. Probably because you should be able to see what's coming. That's why the harpy eagle is number 9, because if this is your predator, you will—
These fuckers have aura. Look at them. Look at them. Not gonna lie, this looks so pretty. Hey, getting eaten by this is not the worst, I'll be real. At least I'm getting eaten by something that's pleasing to the eye, even though it's gonna hurt.
will never know peace. They're one of the biggest eagles on the planet, but what makes harpies built different is that their wings are way shorter, which means the harpy aimbot can chase you through the trees in a way no eagle ever should. Just imagine a homicidal hippogriff breaking into your house and snatching your little brother out of his bed, and now you understand the generational PTSD the monkeys on their meal prep carry. And those claws guarantee you don't get the chance to find out twice. The size of a grizzly bear's mitt with a grip force—
Whoa. Whoa, that is some claw, bro. That is claws. That will hurt. Staring you down, true. That will hurt. Look at these things. They might not be as thick, but they're as long.
Of a Rottweiler's jaws. You can actually hear the bones of their prey breaking as the harpies crush the life out of them. And safe to say, the same feet that can crack open an armadillo would not feel good to have gripping your skull. It is incredibly rare, but there are cases of harpy eagles attacking and clawing humans, where the eagle's leg had to be amputated because even after death, the talons wouldn't release their grip. In 2023, tourists in French Guiana walked past a perching harpy when it suddenly went for one of the women, plunging its claws into her scalp and leaving her with several deep lacerations. The concept of being jump scared by a plus—
Damn. Damn. That's crazy claws. They're full-length daggers. That's crazy. Okay, so they do attack humans under certain circumstances. That could be worse.
Size prehistoric Freddy Cougar cockatoo spikes my cortisol, but they rarely go after humans, and when they do, the fault's usually the humans. The next animal not only punished a good deed of one man, it became one of the worst animal attacks in Brazilian history. Australia gets the reputation for being Satan's—
Bro, we're not talking kangaroos now, are we? We're not talking kangaroos getting folded by a kangaroo, right? Are we?
Sandbox, but not enough people give credit to the sheer insanity of the Amazon. What's a jaguar's favorite exercise? Skull crushers. Not to mention—
Okay, I was already saying, yeah, jaguars are in fact also going for crocodiles. Really interesting.
You have a Jurassic reject in anaconda, an animal that weaponizes electricity and we all decided that was okay, and a fish that convinced thousands to never pee in a river. Yet the apex predator of the Amazon isn't actually a jaguar. To be fair, the giant river otter—
The giant river otter. I know that otters are kind of crazy. They even like apparently drown people. They also drown dogs. There's otters that also, how do I put this? Do nasty things to baby sea lions. Whatever.
Is also called the Ariana, or the water jaguar, but with its attitude and aptitude for gang violence, it's more like an unhinged water wolf. That gang mentality is how a group can make a jaguar hit the reverse with no key, and it's already bad enough that the Royd Weasel can grow to 6 feet long without—
Royd Weasel. Yeah, that sounds crazy.
the fact that they'll also roll in a pack. It's an apex predator that eats mostly fish, but they'll also fold crustaceans, anaconda, and even other river otters will adjust their routine to avoid getting run up on by a crazy-eyed cousin. You don't realize what multiple are capable of until you realize how bad they do caiman. Giant river otters will jump a caiman, overwhelming it until its muscles fill with lactic acid and it's virtually paralyzed. It's been said before, but that is an honest erectile dysfunction, and otter mafia will eviscerate the caiman alive, ripping it to pieces, while also sounding like if Rugrats took place in purgatory.
Yeah, that sounds nasty. They're smart and they gangsters, really scary. Damn, they are taking a caiman? That's crazy. It does sound horrifying.
Imagine not knowing what river otters are and hearing that for the first time. The worst part is, it's been proven the same hunting tactic against a human is tragically effective. Silvio Delmar Hollenbach was a Brazilian army sergeant.
See, I said it before. That did happen. What's up? How are you feeling? Hi Nimbus, how you doing? Hope you're doing good. I'm catching up. I'm not entirely completely back yet. Still. And I can still feel it in my throat. So it's rough. But it got better.
Who had taken his family to the Brasilia Zoo when a bunch of commotion got his attention. A 13-year-old had fallen into one of the moats and now was being threatened by the animals in it. Hollenbach said, "Don't hold me back," and without thinking, leapt into the pool and lifted the injured kid out. Sadly, that meant the focus of the family of vindictive otters was now on Silvio, and the gang of aggressives dragged the struggling Hollenbach into the water and brutally mauled him in front of his family. Silvio would be pulled out, but the over 100 bite wounds in water that was the equivalent of a microbe mosh pit sealed his fate, as he would die of a nasty infection. Hollenbach was mourned and celebrated by everyone, except the boy he saved, who apparently never even mustered a thank you. The same 13-year-old that got a man turned into a chew toy would be arrested in 2016 after scamming millions.
That's crazy. Wow. So basically, the dude that saved him for nothing. You should have just not saved him. Wow.
Worth of pension money, proving that sometimes being a hero only means saving a villain. Getting mauled and borderline waterboarded by water wolverines is a horrendous way to go out, but again, the chances you get got by otters is still low, and for Silvio, it probably would have been 0 if those otters didn't just have babies. But the next animal is the mascot of F Around and Find Out. The Cape buffalo makes no sense on this list. Until you remember, it's one of the few prey animals that actually hunts predators. The tank nicknamed Black Death is arguably the most death-edging animal.
Or a farming bull. Interesting. I'm doing alright. Okay. Or a farming black bull. Interesting. Well, we'll see. We'll see what they can do.
Animal to hunt because it is a top 5 most vengeful.
But yeah, I did not expect for them to be on this list. Like, right? Hippos, elephants, sure. But these guys?
Creature on Earth. A common misconception is that the lion's biggest rival is the hyena. That's laughable when a 1,200-pound piss fit can send a big cat backpedaling. The Cape buffalo is number 7 because cows are dangerous enough, but if Widowmaker tastes death, the rage cow ensures you go down with it. The Cape buffalo has treed lions for hours, and they'll stalk lion cubs just for the purpose of stomping them out. Now add that the bush mafia can pull up in a super herd of over 1,000, now you understand how lions risk going full-time horizontal every time they try them. And with a couple hundred people gored and killed by them a year, this is the first animal here with a respectable body count.
Bro, just got sent into the orbit. Look at him flying. Hold up. Again, we need to see this again.
Going full-time horizontal every time they try them. And with a couple hundred people gored and killed by them a year, this is the first.
Look at this. It's yoinked, whatever that is.
Animal here.
Multiple backflips.
Here with a respectable body count. The problem is every year people hunt them without realizing the buffaloes hunt back. An injured buffalo has been known to retreat to tall grass to lure you in and stalk you just to rear end you when your back is turned and keep going until you stop standing.
Straight up manipulation here.
And unlike most herbivores that'll straight up watch you get got, or in some cases gift wrap you themselves, Cape buffalo will spin the block for a predator in an effort 1,000 times John Wick. You know you're dealing with a menace when you're talking about a cow using the honey badger method on a lion, and some people have to be connected to God's Wi-Fi before they understand. Texas trophy hunter Asher Watkins thought it was sweet until his target attacked him first, completely ambushing him. Despite
Bro, there's no way. There's no way. There's some devious things going on in that cow brain right there. That makes sense.
Fueled beef struck Watkins at 35 miles per hour, tearing his chest and stomach open, and he was declared dead in the ambulance. A tragic death, but definitely not unprovoked. Imagine walking through a corn maze knowing you're one wrong turn away from a buffalo same-day shipping you to the Lord like an afterlife Amazon package. On several islands throughout Indonesia, you'll find a dinosaur time left behind. The Komodo dragon is one of those predators where, once they start hunting you,
yeah, apparently, like, they bite you and then it's just over. Right? Because I think they're not poisonous. I think they have a bacteria that paralyzes you after a while. And then they'll just get you.
You're as good as dead. The Komodo is everything scary about coconut crabs, but on that Jurassic juice. Komodos will eat everything, and it's why baby dragons will hide up in the trees or even roll around in feces because the adults are highly cannibalistic. The steroid giga iguana also has the unfortunate habit of unearthing human graves and feeding on the long expired remains. The Komodo.
They're just grave robbers. They're just defiling graves? Crazy.
Dragon only has about 12 successful hunts a year, so when one makes you a priority, prepare to spend days tailgated by a murderous monitor lizard. In 2008, 5 scuba divers were caught in a riptide and swept out to sea, and after 12 hours spent drifting the aquatic void, they landed on Rinca Island, where they spent the next 5 days playing cat and mouse with a monster resident dragon that took notice and stalked them, which isn't easy, thanks to another unfortunate habit of theirs. We used to think Komodos were one-shot specialists that only needed to bite you once and then just wait for you to fold to bacterial infection. And as cold as that would be, it's like LeBron letting you get the ball just to spank it off the backboard. The truth is more disturbing. Komodos don't just let their prey go, but their contingency plan is if you do get away, the glorified gecko can track you by blood, and anticoagulants in their venom keep you bleeding.
Okay, so it is a venom. Okay. And they have a pretty strong smell. That's interesting.
So now it becomes a broken game of hide and seek, and playing it on an island the size of Philly means there's no point in the area code you can go where the leather bloodhound won't find you. Even worse, the longer you manage to play manhunt with monitors, the more dragons will be there to eviscerate you when you do fall. That blood sense is no joke. Menstruating women are actually advised against visiting for fear that the resident garbage is
crazy. Women, once again, at another disadvantage right here.
Disposals confuse them for a dying animal. There's stories of bleeding tourists lying to their guides to not miss out on the trip, only to be surrounded by dozens of Komodos coming in from all over the island. And if you think there's no way an animal moving like that can catch you slipping, millions of years of evolution
these fuckers can run too. Huh, interesting.
Would argue. One incident saw 2 dragons stalking a fruit picker from below a tree, and when Muhammad Anwar fell, the Komodos rushed him and mauled him to death. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit. Or maybe you haven't heard a baby goat scream from inside of a dragon.
I was already about to say he's not going to show this, right? Terrifying.
To say that the ocean terrifies me beyond comprehension is an understatement, and the animal that scares me more than any other isn't a shark, isn't an orca, not even a giant squid, but not a squid. Cause I'd rather go skinny dipping around great white sharks than ever catch a Humboldt squid in the wild.
Again, these fuckers have human eyes. I don't know what evolution thought they were doing, but these fuckers have human eyes.
Only up to 6 feet long. They're not the biggest, but everything about the way they...
Like, look at this. This is a human eye. I don't care. Komodos are literally one of the most imposing reptiles ever. People think alligators and crocs are scary, which they are, but Komodos are worse. I can't imagine, yeah.
Feed fuels my nightmares. When a hunting Humboldt homes in on something, they'll approach it with all 10 appendages extended to grab prey and force it towards its mouth. And not only can that beak slice skin and cut chainmail, they do it so fast that they can grab and retract prey in just one camera frame. Not to mention, they have 2 tentacles with suckers that contain inner teeth. Great for grabbing. But the real reason the Humboldt is number 5 is because the way they would hunt you is straight out of a Stephen King wet dream. Humboldts can hunt in parties over 1,000 strong, and they're also highly aggressive speed-eating gluttons that'll strip fish down to the bones before fishermen even have time to reel them up. They're also trigger happy with the cannibalism, and the moment one of their own shows weakness, it gets jumped and...
Oh wait, those are the blinking ones! Maybe that with the bigger squid? Yeah. Interesting, right? These are the blinking ones we've seen in the previous video. They blink to communicate.
Torn to shreds. The problem with Humboldts is they speedrun life so fast, they're never not thinking about food. And if you find yourself in the waters at the wrong time, you can get mauled by a pack of fleshy armed box cutters. But it's the intelligence that's the biggest problem, because Humboldts aren't always aggro. They can be curious too, and they'll often steal cameras and lights just to take them apart and examine them. But Humboldts can go from 0 to homicide in seconds, and because they communicate by flashing red in a sea of black, once one says go, many more will follow. One diver was approached by a squid who gently started nibbling on him, and the diver, who probably couldn't believe his luck, started filming. And in seconds, the squid started pulsing red, and the man was immediately slammed by multiple as they simultaneously began to pull him into the abyss. He would escape, but he genuinely thought his ticket to Tupac was booked, and there's many more stories of divers being confronted by squids and nearly dragged to the point of no return, and some even swear they've had Humboldts attempt to rip off their masks and drown them. But going back to the first diver, I think the most disturbing part is the moment he didn't fight back and let himself look easy was the moment he became a green light to a red devil. The last unfortunate fact is that Humboldts will perform diel vertical migrations, where every day they rise from the depths to hunt before eventually going back down. So they're more likely to run into you during goblin mode. Unfortunately for the next animal, goblin mode is their entire
goblin mode. That's crazy. This brings a new phrase to the term no rope. True.
Life. You've probably heard that there's few animals that actively hunt humans, and that polar bears are one of them. I want to clarify, they don't actively hunt humans, they just passively don't give a follow me now. Polar bears are the largest predators on land, and as big...
To be fair, I don't think they would actively hunt humans. They just actively go for what's available. And if a human's available, they're gonna eat human. Because there's already not much they can go for.
as you think they are, I swear to you they're bigger. The problem starts with the fact that they're the only hyper-carnivore bear. They eat meat, and meat stands for Merc every and any time, and it can make up 95% of their diet, where in something like a grizzly bear, it can be as low as 10. That would be bad enough, but polar bears also live in a freeze-dried desert where in the winter, they can only live off of feces, foxes, and other fallen polar bears. Polar bears have way less options, and with the sea ice they depend on receding, they can either get creative or get cremated. So they don't actively hunt humans, the same way I don't actively grocery shop for Chips Ahoy, but best believe if I see them, I'ma grab it. That's the polar bear, except they don't have to see you. With the best nose of any predator, a polar bear can smell a seal from miles away. They can detect their breathing.
I'm sorry, but I have to say it. Bears have such a boopable nose. Like, I just want to boop it. I don't care. I don't care. I want to boop it. Women still want to pick the bear. Yeah, true. I don't think they have any special feelings towards human. Polar bear equals king in their area, pretty much. They have such boopable noses. I don't care. I might lose my arm, but I boop them.
Hole from another area code and can even clock a seal under a foot of ice. So it's really true. If a polar bear sees you, it's already too late. From 1870 to 2014, there have been only 73 attacks on humans, with 20 census subtractions. But being targeted by the ultimate predator of persistence is a different level of fear. In 2016, 5 Russian scientists were held hostage by over 10 polar bears, who stalked their weather station and forced them to have supplies and flares airdropped by helicopter. In 2019, 50 polar bears invaded the town of Novaya Zemlya.
How many?
Scientists were held hostage by over 10 polar bears, who stalked their weather station and forced them to have supplies and flares airdropped by helicopter. In 2019, 50 polar bears invaded the town of Novaya.
50? You bear have like a big dog nose, true. That's crazy work, no way.
Zemlya and put them in a state of emergency, where people were afraid to leave their houses and refused to let their children go to school. And with shooting them being illegal, folks had to bear this reverse Goldilocks situation unarmed. And I mean that literally, with ice bears breaking into residential buildings. Polar bears are a force of nature, and number 4, because once one chooses you, you can't run fast enough or swim far enough to be safe. One swam over 400 miles in just 9 days, so trust that you would not get away. But there's always been something about a carnivorous Q-tip that unsettled me, and I think I figured it out. Polar bears are a lot like the squid, where they're incredibly curious and intelligent, which makes the way they
probably. I don't know, man. The polar bear trying to sell me Coca-Cola seems nice. True, peak, definitely a good boy, a good bear. I didn't know they going in such big packs. Me neither, unless I understood 15, but that's still crazy.
They hunt and engage in general seem cold and calculated. You'll often notice in a lot of videos where they approach humans, the polar bears seem quiet and emotionless, and you can almost see them trying to figure it out. And their face expressions and body language tell you nothing. A polar bear pulling up on you can be curious, apathetic, or ready to revoke your presence, and you will not know which. And that's just it. They're disturbingly deadpan. And I think that's by design. Most black and brown bear attacks are defensive, meaning they either had cubs around or you managed to catch them off guard, and most times they'll give you many signs that you're effing around in the jurisdiction of finding out. A polar bear doesn't, because oftentimes a polar bear isn't trying to negotiate or communicate. With you, it's trying to eat you while weighing the cost. So what often makes them look cute and innocent is actually them being apathetic, emotionless terminators. Because remember, they don't fear humans the same way their cousins do, and most encounters are on the polar bear's terms. So it's true when they say, if it's black, push back.
Bro, just a polar bear cost, like the fucking polar bear, the fucking brown bear costume, or whatever that is. Crazy. Yeah, for black bears, you're supposed to just like fight back. For brown bears, you're just supposed to not do much. And then for polar bears, goodbye.
If it's brown, retire to the ground. And if it's white like a sheep, you finna go to sleep. Color of a beluga, last time talking to you. And white like a picket fence means you'll wake up past tense. Number 3 and number 2 are both interchangeable. It just depends on which movie scares you more. A gross out body horror slasher flick, or a psychological mental health massacre. If you pick psychological, wait for number 2. And if you pick slasher, Well, you probably already know how horrific it is being hunted by chimps. The sick joke is, less than 5% of their diet is meat. Yet in places like Nagogo and
Yeah, they fucking pick up little monkeys and just smash them on the ground. It's crazy. Black bears just like 20% bigger than human. They usually scared and run away. Yeah.
Uganda, they can have a success rate of 80%, and it's because the way they hunt is coordinated and calculated. First, you have drivers, and their job is to pressure prey into the trees without actually trying to catch them. The moment you try to climb, you've screwed yourself, because there's also blockers whose job is to limit any possible escape routes and make a literal jungle gym even smaller. So now you gotta avoid them while being chased through the trees by chasers. The last role are the chimps smart enough to anticipate where you'll try to escape and will camp themselves in the perfect spot to snatch you if you pass by. It's painfully effective, and once something like a colobus monkey is caught, it's immediately crippled and eviscerated into several pieces. I genuinely have to be
yikes.
Careful with what I show y'all. Just know that monkey's still alive and he gets his arm snapped after all that. Chimpanzees are number 3 because they might have the most brutal ways of past tensing prey, and they don't discriminate. Chimps are on record ambushing families of gorillas, frightening the females and running fades with a silverback, and kidnapping any babies to remove them. They're not the only babies at risk, and if you
Yep. They even fight with gorillas, which is crazy. But again, monkey be monkeying, I guess.
Viewer discretion is advised. As habitat loss and food shortages have pushed humans and chimps together, there have been more cases of chimpanzees snatching human children with chilling results. One human toddler was viewer discretion, I mean it this time. One human toddler was grabbed by a big male, and in less than a minute, he broke his arm, beat his head in, and even disemboweled the boy and removed his kidneys. Being hunted by chimps.
Was he with some kind of organ dealer? Did he want to sell baby kidneys? Organ donation for other baby humans? What the heck is happening? The fuck?
It's like playing death tag with parkour-capable pack hunting zombies, but luckily meat isn't their main food, and attacks are still relatively rare, which is why I have tigers at 2. Tigers don't actively hunt humans, but living on top of each other for centuries is why tigers have the highest human body count of any animal on this list. Folks traditionally wore masks backwards in order to discourage the tiger into thinking he had lost the element.
That's hilarious.
Of surprise, but it's believed the trick was spammed too hard and now the tigers are catching on. But intelligence is the second scariest thing about them. Number 1 is they are the most vengeful animals on the planet.
Bro, that's crazy. Also, how the fuck are these fuckers onto others after that?
Death be damned. Piss off a tiger and you might not live to regret it. You may have heard of the poacher that shot a tiger and stole part of its kill, so the tiger tracked him down all the way to his cabin, destroyed anything that smelled like the poacher, including his mattress, just to John Wick the man when he eventually returned home. Tatiana the tiger proved that you don't have to be in the wild to find out, after she escaped her San Francisco enclosure to track down and savage the men that had taunted her. But by far the most—
That's crazy. They run fades. They run, they are vengeful. They are vengeful, absolutely crazy. Cool, interesting. Crazy and scary, but cool.
The most notorious tiger in history was the Devil of Champawat. This was a Bengal tiger who had gotten her canine teeth broken, likely by a human, which meant she could no longer hunt her normal prey. The result was she started stalking humans, and the endgame was the man-eater of Champawat destroyed 436 people, eluding poachers.
Damn, almost 440 people. Gone. Eaten. That's crazy. The fact people put these things in zoos, I don't understand. They're extremely intelligent. And chimps are 1.5 times stronger than humans. Pound for pound. That's crazy also. It's so crazy sometimes animals remember humans that did wrong to them and try to tag them and not the surroundings. Well, apparently they can also memorize faces.
Poachers and hunting parties, and somehow always knowing when to leave an area and lay low. Tigers are quick and efficient. They take you out and then return back to the shadows, and honestly, I'd probably die of an anxiety attack long before a feline flatline. They don't usually go out of their way, but all the extra exposure around humans has shown us exactly what tigers are capable of, and the worst part is, they could easily be scarier. The reason tigers are orange is because orange isn't a concept to the animals they do prey on, and if we were on that list, this is what the world's biggest whiskered reaper would look like, and it's still not number 1.
Okay, what's gonna be number 1? What is going to be number 1? I am curious.
Orcinus orca is the most oppressive predator on the planet, and at this point there's not much I can say that you don't already know. You know they're intelligent, but what genuinely surprised
So orcas, well that makes sense. Also, that'd be incredibly terrifying anyways.
me is they take very few risks. If prey has the smallest chance of fighting back, orcas will move the needle to 0 before they move in. Not only that, but their methods change depending on the target. That's why they'll soul slap a stingray before it can sting.
That is crazy. They fucking obliterated that stingray with the tail slap. Wow, cool.
That's why they'll immobilize sharks before they can bite. And it's why they'll up smash a seal as high as they go like Super Smash Bros. But they don't neutralize prey.
Orbital cannon, bro. They sent the seal into orbit
just to be safe to eat. They'll turn a dying animal into a life lesson. In that same stingray clip, a family of orcas toyed with the half-alive stingray before letting its body sink into the abyss when they were done. I genuinely believe the stingray was slapped by the orca grandmother, and the rest of the pod was playing with it in order to learn how to deal with one, and when the lesson was over, they had no further use for him. It's not cruelty, it's communal calculation, but it is why orcas are the most fear-inspiring, heart-retiring predators to have, and if you're still not convinced, let me tell you a story that still sticks with me. One grandmother orca was not only smart enough to memorize when elephant seals in the Falklands would breed, she knew exactly where and what time the tide would be high enough to hold her. This 20-foot Type A dog.
Baby elephant seals are just big baby. Are just big baby seals. I don't care. They're so cute. They're so cute.
Dolphin basically staked out the nursery pool until the tide got high enough for her to seemingly spawn out of nowhere and abduct a defenseless seal pup, where she then dragged the seal out to sea as a practice dummy. For the next several hours, her family toyed with and tormented the baby seal, with the pup alive for most of it. Again, it's not evil or torture, but it is how orcas polish their prowess. But for the seal, that's stranger danger on steroids, and one of the worst ways to go out. Slowly, and with zero.
Bro, they use life animals as trading ground. Peak. What could make sense? They hunt in packs and eat sharks like it's nothing. True. It's crazy. It is insane.
Hope. And now you see why great whites will piece out of a favorite hunting ground for a calendar year if they have a run-in with an op dolphin, and why humpbacks feel the way they do. We're talking about animals that'll roleplay as prey and practice drowning each other before they try it on a baby blue whale. It's not an act of malice more than survival.
Even baby blue whales aren't safe. Nothing's safe from these freaks. Nothing is safe from the underwater devil. The fuck? Baby blue whales?
Simply a skill surplus for them and a skill issue for everyone else. I won't slander them, but I definitely pity their prey more than anything else's, but I gotta come clean. I did lie to you. They're actually not the most oppressive predator on the planet. That would be take away the guns, the technology, and everything.
I mean, yeah, obviously humans, that makes sense. Well, they're not the only big cats play with their prey. Sometimes let it run a bit more just to sharpen their hunting skills further. I guess, yeah, but they're doing it as a team, which is worse.
Everything else. The very foundation of how humans hunt makes them the most horror movie predators ever. Simply put, imagine a predator you can never run away from. You can get ahead. You can even get out of their sight, yet every time you turn to the horizon, they're there. They're not even tired, but you are. You're exhausted, you're thirsty, and about to drop from heat stroke, yet there they are, not missing a beat, barely breaking.
Why is this hairless monkey not leaving me alone? Of course, it's us, even before technology, of course, we solo. Why is this hairless? Why is the shiny hairless monkey not getting tired?
A sweat. Hell, you can't even sweat. Not like them. And it's killing you. You look in the distance, and to your dismay, here they come again. But this time, you don't have the strength to get back up. They're slow, but persistent, like an immortal snail that never stops. They run you into the ground, waste you without even touching you, and come sunrise, they're ready to do it all again. You just won't be there to see it. They're finally here. They literally walk you down knowing you're at your limit. One raises its stick, you close your eyes, you'd breathe your last breath, but they took all you had left, just like they take everything else. Your story's over, but the ending was authored long before you first ran. It's not your fault, it's not evil or a crime, but it is what happens when you meet the scariest predator of all time.
Us humans. Well, true. I remember a story about two orcas that were essentially aquatic serial killers. They hunted as a duo and would kill animals for fun, utterly terrifying. That's crazy. We're weak animals, but we learned. Well, for one, that, and also we have we have one thing on our side that other animals don't. The endurance part. That makes us that's probably our most deadly tool. The endurance. That other animals just didn't have. Anyways, don't get hunted. Like, comment, and subscribe. Sorry guys, I gotta turn on the lights. My model's getting freaky. Guns. Well, without all the guns and the tools. Obviously. That makes sense. We can carry water with us. For example, other animals can't. True. But still, we are still less likely to get tired than other animals. Due to our system of how we work, right? We sweat. Most animals do not sweat the way we do, right? You can never forget that. Hold up, wait a minute. Right? I think that greatly helps. Dude, my throat's getting weaker and weaker. Ha! Not good. Not good at all. Anyways. Even we get tired, we can make it into a relay race. True. Next up, I want to watch. Let's see. Yeah, but American, we live and breathe freedom units, Imperial, and seeds, bullets. When you chase something, singling a hunter friend from mile away, he will keep running after it when you get tired. That's what I mean we much further with tactics, obviously, as well, yeah. We are smarter. You know what? Let's watch this.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's watch this. Why not? This sounds interesting. On the topic of rewatching Stranger Things. this came up. So we're gonna look at this. Wizards of the Coast is now threatening content creators by Hypnotic. I got no idea what's going on. Me personally, I've never played D&D in my life. I know people that play D&D, but I've never played D&D in my life. We're gonna look at this. We're gonna look at this. No, the gay D&D, the gay D&D.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So in today's video, we are going to be talking about Dungeons and Dragons, Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, whatever you name it. We are going to be talking about them because, well, a couple of things happened lately that I find to be highly suspicious, right? Number one, we already know that Magic the Gathering, Wizards of the Coast, we already know they are a...
Doesn't Magic the Gathering have the same issue? I've seen Black Aragon be a thing, if I remember correctly. I'm pretty sure I played him expert. DM, that's why this video is going to hurt me so much. Okay, here we go.
Super progressive company. We know that already. If anybody doesn't understand that, I got bad news for you, okay? Because
it's all gay. We got the rainbow. I think that's a wyvern, so it's not even a dragon. Whatever that is. Lesbian. Non-binary, bard. Whatever that is. Gay mini dragons. Twinks everywhere. Where are the men? What the fuck is this?
I remember when Dungeons and Dragons or any art style from Dungeons and Dragons was a lot more dark, a lot more fantasy, a lot more aggressive. Now, I don't even know what the hell I'm looking at, to be honest with you. I feel like I'm looking at an episode of Teletubbies at this point with dragons. I feel like that's Tosh trying to have sex with some black guy in the middle. Like, I don't know what's going on here, but ultimately it is not anything that I necessarily want to take part in. I mean, just look at this. This literally looks like Tosh. I mean, look at that 5 o'clock shadow. Holy crap, man. It's amazing how there's only one dragon in this entire photo. Meanwhile, there's...
Buddy, that's not a dragon. That's a wyvern. I think. Yeah, Black Aragon with short hair was diabolical. Whoa, truly. Many eyes call beholder. It's supposed to be a nightmare to meet with. Yo, I mean, that's still up. This does look like a nightmare to meet with, at least for D&D players. If it's what I think it is, it's the most disgusting level corporate greed I've ever seen, rivaling Nintendo's stupidity. Yeah, it's just. I think we're gonna go deeper into this.
There's a whole bunch of gays everywhere. You got gay grandmas. You got gay Charizards. You got gay
Gay Charizards. Gay Charizard is crazy.
Over here, you got the non-binary freaking bard over here. You got all kinds of nonsense. Look at this. You got, I don't even know what is that, bro? You have a heart. Oh my god, you have a rainbow heart for an eye.
That is crazy. See, I've also heard of another thing. Okay, I've also heard of another thing. They promoted like disabled people in D&D, and I was like, bro, wait a minute. This is a world in which magic exists. For what purpose would you need a wheelchair? I need to send you some artwork of D&D from the 90s. It was the greatest adventure you could have seen. Interesting.
I have seen everything. So anyway, we're gonna talk about this because people are obviously not liking it. And while I understand not liking it, I feel like these are people who probably are latching on to what Magic the Gathering used to be. You gotta let it go at this point. Unfortunately, Wizards of the Coast has been completely, I mean, look at this, man. On the basis of this and this alone, whoever drew this and whoever gave this the green light should be fired.
Real? Like, what is this? Like, when I thought of D&D, I thought of it somewhat being like dark fantasy. There's nothing dark fantasy about this. They figured it out. The Beholder's making everyone gay. Maybe that's the reason why he's there.
Absolute garbage. this is something that Epic Mike's hilarious. This is something that we should know this is gonna happen. Okay. Now, with all this being said,
what the fuck? This AI animated thing, that's peak.
Okay, there's one thing that I want to talk about in this video that is very, very important. And that's the fact that Wizards of the Coast is specifically targeting YouTubers now. This is not a joke. This is not, a conspiracy.
Oh, wow. Are they targeting YouTubers that criticize D&D and what they're doing?
This is not any of that. They are actually targeting YouTubers. They want to take down criticism. They want to know who exactly is talking bad about them, and they want you, the person, to rat YouTubers out. That's what they want. How do we know that? Well, there's a post here from Magic the Gathering. We want to know what you think of the Magic the Gathering Spider-Man in our latest survey. Take it here. Now, this survey was posted at 12 o'clock, I believe, yesterday, right? It is gone now. The survey is gone. The survey is completely gone. Okay. This was posted and the survey is gone because they were getting trolled. Why were they getting trolled? Perhaps you're asking. Well, apparently, ladies and gentlemen, and this is some really interesting.
You've indicated that if you've seen engaged with content creators, content made by influencers, YouTubers, streamers, etc., Magic the Gathering, Marvel, Spider-Man, please specify the names of those influencers, YouTubers, streamers, etc. If you do not remember, please none. Hold up. Wait a minute. Are they legit asking to basically snitch? Are they asking to basically, right, for people to snitch? How dare you not like my corpo pandering? Truly. Behold the biggest eyes a magic canceller while he got 10 smaller eyes with different spells and curses. Okay. Skittles taste the rainbow. This is the gay bow.
Interesting shit. Let me zoom this in so that you guys can really see. Apparently, there was a question that was on the survey that was specifically asking people whether or not they were influenced by the negative sentiment of Spider-Man by YouTubers, streamers, social media influencers.
What the fuck? What the fuck? They really asked. They really asked to snitch on others. What the fuck? That's crazy. And they probably would first of all blacklist these people. That's my opinion. And then second thing, would they go as far to strike those people covering these topics potentially? I wonder.
And the like. They were specifically asking on a scale of 1 to 5, how influenced were you to avoid the Magic the Gathering Spider-Man set because of whatever a social media influencer said about it, whatever a YouTuber said about it, right? And if you look at when you answer it, it says you have indicated that you have seen and engaged with content made by influencers, YouTubers, streamers, etc. about Magic the Gathering, Marvel, Spider-Man. Please specify the names of those influencers, YouTubers, streamers, etc. They literally want you to make a list of YouTubers that they can then go after. How fucking crazy is that? We are literally in World War II, ladies and gentlemen. We are talking about Nazi lists.
Bro out here pulling out the post-war communist Germany moves. That's what they're doing here. Crazy work. Not a snitch nor a bitch. These people want you to snitch.
We are talking about people wanting to rat out their neighbors. Like this is the level of fucking insanity that we have now reached. I mean, how communist of you to do something like this is hilarious, right? And then they said, if you do not remember, please enter none. And the person responded, I am not a snitch. This is great. So again, we are in crazy times where they view this as something normal, right? And people clearly,
the survey's closed. Yeah, they were making fun of these people. Do you see the Rockstar Games CEO talking about the state of gaming today? No, I have not seen that. To be fair, I don't really care about the games that they make, but I've heard recently that a few game devs were like, "Yo, we don't need that AI tag because games are gonna be made by AI anyways. That's what I've heard from game devs.
We're trolling them so much that they close the survey down. They completely close it down. Now, this is not where it ends. This is not where it ends. It gets worse. Apparently, they actually were telling people that they were not the data they were looking for. So if you answered in a specific way, they would tell you that you are not the person they're looking for, and they're not going to count your information. So not only are they trying to go after...
So, let's assume. So basically, if you give the wrong answers, if you give the non-woke answers, your survey will not be counted. Crazy work.
To YouTubers, and they're trying to go after people who are talking bad about their product. But apparently, they're also trying to be super biased in their information that they're gathering for their survey. How do we know that? Well, if you scroll down, you're going to see some screenshots here that showcase the following.
What? Thank you for your participation. Unfortunately, you are not part of our current target group. What the fuck? Bro, why even make the survey then? You're asking for the survey for your consumers. Well, I'm gonna tell you something, my dear D&D creators, or the ones that at least currently hold it. Your players, in big parts, are straight men. Older straight men. What are you talking about? Get out of here.
Thank you for your participation. Unfortunately, you are not part of our current target group. What the fuck is that? Wait a second. So not only are you nitpicking the information that you're getting, but you're also trying to get people to make lists for you to go after certain people. Now, the question would be, and it wasn't just one person, a lot of people got this, right? Look at this. This was the question right here. To what degree did negative influencer commentary impact your perceptions of Magic the Gathering, Marvel, Spider-Man?
So they did literally ask you to snitch. The first screenshot, that didn't look like it, but now it does. Wow.
Before the set released. Negative influencer commentary, ... 1, greatly worsened my perception. 5, greatly improved my perception. This is the question. You guys realize that this is going to be the next level of cope. This is the next stage of a dying industry, where now it becomes something where it's not my fault. Now it's someone else's fault. It's the YouTubers' fault. Those pesky YouTubers, they're the reason why our stuff...
It's the YouTubers, streamers, Twitter accounts. It's those people are fault. Our sets are failing. Well, if you'd actually make a product that people want, they wouldn't be failing. But you can't provide that. Instead, you make Black Aragorn with short hair. And, which by the way is bigotry. You could have turned Aragorn into a black woman. Black lesbian. I don't know. And Arwen black. And you have a black lesbian couple. Make them fat too, so you have some fat representation as well. Right? We need that as well. Because it's bigotry not having overweight people there as well. Right? Fatphobic.
Is not selling. It's not because people don't actually want to buy it. People will love to buy this shit, but it's because they're believing XYZ influencer like Asmongold or whatever. It's unbelievable. This is the cope that they're going through right now. And you know what's gonna happen? They're going to take this information. It's going to be highly skewed, and they're going to take it to their higher ups. They're going to take it to their executives, and they're going to say, hey, executives, look at this. 95% of people said they were negatively influenced to purchase this product because of a YouTuber. We need to do something about this. And what's going to happen? You're going to get false takedowns, which already are happening, by the way. But in any case, you're going to get false takedowns, right? You're going to have companies striking YouTubers to try to take advantage of the copyright system and the fact that most YouTubers don't have the money to fight. They're going to do false takedowns to try to take down those channels and to try to silence the opposition. If that doesn't work, they're going to do smear campaigns. They're going to try to partner with other...
True. That is the next way. Because when they're doing it, others will do it as well. At this point, the server is just giving me glazing. It is. She said it's our fault for letting this world happen. True. Duck Sumax.
Access media to try to do smear campaigns, which, by the way, they already do, right? We literally just covered a story about Nick Calandra where he apparently was trying to get the gaming industry to go after people that are YouTubers, right? Look at this comment from Nick Calandra. I really wonder when these game studios are going to take action against these YouTubers and social media grifters, right? If you want to see my video on that, go check it out. It's on the channel. I did the whole thing about it. Making up lies about people working at their studios, et cetera, affecting business. It's clearly affecting business, they say. Review bombing, harassment of developers, and stalking.
Well, if you make good products instead of propaganda-filled products, then this wouldn't happen. This wouldn't happen. This is on you, not the YouTubers, not the social media grifters. It's because you are a failure of a game developer.
Campaigns. When do you take a stand? I find it interesting that all of this is happening at the same exact moment where you have Wizards of the Coast, one of the most progressive companies out there, looking for a scapegoat, right? They're looking for a scapegoat. They're looking for someone to blame. And now they're going to do what everybody else has been doing, which is blame the YouTuber. Why? Because it's the easy thing to do. Go blame the YouTuber. They clearly are the ones who are the problem. It's not us. It's not the fact that we went and changed Magic the Gathering to whatever the fuck this is. I can't even look at this and think
Magic the Gaying. It's crazy. It's crazy. It is insane. Look what I think this is an orc, right? Orcs are not built this way. They just aren't. Every time they're just built like in any media, orcs are fucking hunks, massive dudes. What is this? What is this? Twink?
And I can't, guys, when I tell you I saw this picture, again, I didn't get mad because I've been checked out for the longest time. I understand why some people do get mad because they're still checked in. I'm not checked in. I'm checked out of this shit for a long, long time. Do not care. I am gone. I'm done. It is what it is, especially with like Magic the Gathering. I've been long gone. But I look at this and I can't even remotely see Dungeons and Dragons. I like not even close. I can't see anything. This art style, like, everything about it does not say Dungeons and Dragons. Literally almost every character in here is gay or non-binary. It looks like that, right? So again, at this point, I don't care. I am so unbelievably checked out, and I just hope that more people wake up to this. But
whatever this is, bro, whatever this is, it's not even drawn well. That's the worst part. Controversial opinion, a list of review bombing is for harassment purposes. It's the fault of the person that is getting review bombed. Yeah, obviously. I'd say if you get review bombed and the criticism isn't legitimate, fine. But if the criticism is absolutely legitimate, then you're absolutely at fault for getting review bombed. If you are the one messing up. I don't know. Have you seen the shit show of that 30-minute DLC that Assassin's Creed Shadows is getting? That cringe Attack on Titan DLC? Holy shit, is that awful. It's free. Sure, but it's free slop. It's crazy. We're reading Stein on Writing by Soul Stein. He's the best-selling author and editor. It's a book about literally how to write a narrative and good characters. Every single one of the Sweet Nepo Baby Inc. retards need to read it. Oh, not Sweet Baby Inc. I see them on any game. Immediate red flag. Immediately not buying. No matter. There was this really cute game. It looked so cute. I forgot what it looked like now. But I thought I looked at it and I was like, this is so fucking cute. Okay. And then, like, Sweet Baby Inc. And I was like, nope, never mind. 23 pics that how D&D used to look like. Let me check on Discord. I'm curious. Yeah, it very much looked a little bit dark fantasy-like. For sure. Wait, so there's no way that the Beholder on Discord, the ARC section, and this troglodyte one-eyed creature is the same. There's no way. There's no way these two are the same. No way in hell. Listen, I am listening.
The reason why I'm covering it is because they want to target any kind of criticism. They want to target any kind of opposition. They want to target people who are speaking bad about their product because they don't just want to admit what everybody else knows very easily, which is your product sucks now. Your product is not something that the vast majority of people want to actually play. You may not want to admit that, but that's just what it is. So at this point now, what do you do, right? What do you do at this point? Do you admit that, or do you move on? The funny thing is, some of the people that were posting screenshots, look at this. Gallon Cook says, apparently I'm not the current target group. 15 years of collecting and playing. Guess I'm not current enough.
Look at this. He is not the target audience. Look at all of this. Look at what this man has collected. But he's not the target audience. Noted, Somax. I hate you.
Look at this. He got this screenshot as well. Look at this, bro. This guy is a hardcore Magic the Gathering player. Look at this. You mean to tell me that this person is not part of your core group? So if this person is not part of your core group, then who is? Who is at this point? I'll tell you who is. It's people that like this shit, which is like, what, 100 people if they're lucky, right? They are willing to give up the players that actually care. They're willing to give up the players that actually buy things and purchase things with their money and spend money. They're willing to give up all of that to chase the virtue, right? But apparently the virtue's not paying. So now because the virtue's not paying, well, they got to blame somebody, and they're going to blame YouTubers. So I found all of this to be highly like
something went wrong. Well, yeah. Whoever's running Wizards of the Coast is what went wrong. Baldur's Gate 3's D&D done right. These losers just can't believe people don't care about their pandering. Very much true. Well, what are those? I like the books and dices. Well, those book boxes. Well, 15 years of collecting stuffs, I guess. Baldur's Gate is 3 is woke done right. You mean having diversity without making it making an ideology out of it? Yes.
Informational, I'll say, because we all kind of knew this was happening, but to see it kind of come out, and actually, this comment makes a lot of sense. The influencer question is framed in such a manipulative way. If you are seeking to blame the biggest promoters of your game online for this fiasco, then you've completely lost the plot. I agree with that. I agree with that 100%. And keep in mind, guys, it's not like there aren't Magic the Gathering shills. There are a lot of Magic the Gathering shills, right? So if you're going to blame YouTubers for the, I guess, lack of success because of negative commentary, well, why aren't you blaming the shills for the success of the game for positive commentary? Why are you not doing that?
Apparently, from what I've heard, they also re-released and redone like the original D&D in like a book with like extra stuff, and supposedly, what was it? They were essentially taking a shot on the original creator and like saying like how big that the original D&D was. Mind you, by the way, even back then you could be whatever you wanted to be, by the way. And they were saying like, what was it? Yeah, just in general, just like threw in some woke terms into there to describe old D&D and be like, it was mostly just a game for white, middle-aged men. And I was like, yeah, no shit, Sherlock. That is the target audience. What do you mean?
That. Are you saying that the shills that you have little to no influence? Is that what you're saying? Or are you saying positive commentary does not affect the game, but negative commentary does? Like, what kind of logic is that? If the negative commentary can affect the game for people to not want to buy the game, then clearly positive commentary could affect people to want to buy the game. So how come you are failing so much and looking for someone to blame? And it only seems to go one way. I just find this to be extremely interesting. So you guys let me know in the comments down below. What do you think about all this? Do you think YouTubers are affecting the sales of Magic the Gathering? Or do you think it's pictures like this that are affecting the sales of Magic the Gathering? Let me know in the comments down below, because I remember in a world where the product would ultimately speak for itself, where Magic the Gathering was so desired by so many nerds that they would want to buy it just because it was so awesome to play. You played at the lunch table back at school, all that great stuff. Now we live in a world where apparently people are mindless drones that the moment a YouTuber says don't buy this, they listen. That's not the world that we live in. That's the world you want to exist, so that it makes an excuse for why you are losing so much money. So you let me know in the comments down below. Thank you guys so much for watching this video. And if you enjoyed it, consider hitting that like and subscribe. And I'll see you guys on the next one.
See, I don't believe it's the YouTubers, because let's face it, the internet oftentimes makes it want to seem like something is much bigger than what it actually is. So maybe some people might be like, YouTubers tell me this is bad, they show me it's bad, I'm not gonna buy this. But I feel like that the core audience of this, which is middle-aged white men, is not gonna buy this. They looked at Dragon Age Veilguard and said, hold my beer, pretty much. Don't buy this shit. True and real. But yeah, it's just like, it is very apparent that it's just, I don't know. They lost their audience. They lost the customers. And that's it. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. It's not the customers, it's not the customers. Okay, whatever Samek sent me, we're gonna look at this. It's like Disney make a woke movie, nobody wants it. They excuse what? We made it diverse, just like the audience wants. Yeah, that's just not what it is. Of course, YouTubers are affecting sales of Magic the Gathering. In fact, one video about a set makes you not buy the set with only truth makes a person, then your product is not worth it for them. Well, obviously, yeah. But even the ones that are not watching those videos, there's probably plenty that can tell by themselves that something's not going the way it's supposed to. They're a piece of art I grew up on, got butchered. Movies, anime, and now my whole imaginary world, everything gets killed slowly. It's rough out here. Okay, let's see what the Gumper sent me. No, not the cute doggers again. Let me see. Oh god. Cody animation. Why, Samax? Why? Do tell me how someone makes it think good idea. It looks horrible. Of course it does. This video starts and this man is already digging in his ass. Anyways, Infinity Castle, Cody animation. This was by Samax, not Deer. Just saying. Or shitting himself. What did he do to my boy Tanjiro? Help. And he's caked up too. Sniffing. Poker really liked the video of a guy shitting himself. Yes. Sure, Deer didn't pass it through Samax. It's really Deer style. Deer did send me these before, but I don't think so.
What the hell? Akaza, Imakara Oma and no Kubi Okiru, Mizuno Kokyu.
Still caked up. Why are they all caked? That was horrible. That was absolutely horrible. We good. We good. Guys, I gotta take another bathroom break. The T wants to leave. Music. Yeah, that might kill me. That's definitely getting copyrighted anyways. Any chance for my video next? Reading this comment will make you shit yourself. True. Fully Western Studios will course correct before it's too late. Probably not. Copyright, probably. I'll be right back. I need to take a quick bathroom break. Back. Yikes. Throaty, still hurty. Help. Okay. Help. Okay. Slowly. I probably still could do the full 6 hours. I'll probably do like 5 instead. Because the throaty is still hurty. Which is not nice. Okay, what's next? What is next? What did Coco send? Check. Which was that? Even. Let me see. Ah, that one. Well, I already have that one. Well, why not? Then we'll do this one. Next. That's fine. Then we'll do this one next. The butterflies. We can do that. The butterflies. That's not a butterfly, buddy. That is not a butterfly. Whatever this is not a butterfly. Yeah, nah, this is not a butterfly. Whatever this is, no. I refuse to accept that this is a butterfly. Why you owe people afraid of butterflies an apology by Casual Geographic? No, bro. No. Nah. This is not a butterfly. Whatever that is. Jesus. Not their actual sound, by the way. What is that?
Plenty of animals have pretty privilege, and no other animal has ridden that train further than a gutterfly. I did not misspeak. This halo effect insect is an abomination with wings, and if that offends you, you could die in a field today, corpse still warm. Last thing you might see is a bloodthirsty butterfly swarm. Many butterflies drink blood, among other things. Butterflies will do this thing called mud puddling, and essentially, it's using—
Wait, what? How many drink blood? How many are vampires?
that built-in straw called a proboscis to suck the juices out of organic matter to farm free nutrients.
Could this be used in a different way? Let's say hypothetically, you create a big butterfly. Can it still suck? This is a hypothetical. I'm asking for a friend.
Flies usually get it out the mud, but they'll also suck on rotting plants, feces, and dead bodies.
These fuckers are shit eaters too. Ha! Like that one Twitter furry.
You don't even have to die. If you pull over to the side of the road to relieve yourself and come back hours later, you may find a flutter of fiends feeding on your urine. See, now you thought they just use flowers as fuel, and that is true. The problem is just a diet of sugar water would leave butterflies without key minerals they need. One of those minerals is sodium, and they'll go to extreme lengths to secure it, even irritating the eyes of reptiles to drink the tears. Crocodile tears have use to someone. Of course, butterflies taste through receptors on their feet, so one landing on you doesn't make you a Disney princess. It makes you—
Yeah, I think I'm good. Wow, the blue wings, they are pretty, but they're a little freaky. Also, I think, if I don't remember, my man has taste in video game music. He's using Death Mountain from either A Link to the Past as a remix or cover, or he's using the one from A Link Between Worlds.
A sodium seasoned rest stop for a flamboyant fly that's just using you until it gets what it wants and moves on to the next mark. Because butterflies are boys with wings, and that is not a joke. Because
fuckboys with wings, huh?
Because their mating behavior is out of pocket for something with its PR, but one thing at a time. We'll get to that. But the only thing more questionable than what some—
What, are they leaving for milk? Or flowers? Nectar?
Butterflies eat is what some people will do to find them. The Purple Emperor is a beautiful, ethereal muse to any entomophile. It's also a death merchant that avoids flowers, instead preferring rotting animal flesh and fecal waste. That hasn't stopped folks from seeking out this corpse fly, and here are some of the things people have used to attract them. Rotting fish, fermented shrimp paste, stinking bishop cheese, dog poop, roadkill.
Rotting fish, fermented shrimp paste, okay. Stinking bishop cheese. Goodbye cheese. Dookie. Okay. That's interesting. Roadkill. You're going to hell.
Very
Use diapers? Diapers. Okay.
diapers, and in one case, a trailer of pig poop.
It was also freaky, that's a freaky insect, buddy.
But according to longtime enthusiasts, one of the biggest turn-ons for a purple emperor is urine-soaked fox poop. I don't think that's a...
Urine-soaked fox poop? I don't think you are supposed to use these words together. I am pretty sure you are not supposed to. But then again, did they use Yu-Gi-Oh! Convention to lure them to? Huh, that could work.
Coincidence, because not only are butterflies fine to mine for liquid gold, science says they might prefer the pee of carnivores, specifically mountain lions.
So they don't like cow, they don't like human, but they do like cougars. Does that go for the human version as well?
To that of humans or cows. So when you say they prefer cougar pee, we're talking about in more ways than just cloudy with a chance of storming Daniels. But butterflies are opportunists that'll take them from anywhere, and Russian experiments have shown that vampire moths, yeah, them's a thing, are able to use hook-shaped tongues to drill through human skin and feed on the blood. But that was just an experiment. To you watching this,
Youch, would this hurt? Would this hurt? I'm assuming this would hurt.
a vampire moth is no risk that we know of. That being said, butterflies are not what you think they are, and the more you learn about them, the more you understand why SpongeBob turned his town into an Avengers end credit after experiencing its mugshot once. The funniest part is, the close-up they crashed out over was actually a horsefly, probably because they knew an actual butterfly would have ruined the animal for an entire generation. Because like I said, no animal has had better PR
They used the fucking fly for this? Lazy fucks.
than a mosquito in drag. In fact, even their name might be a cover-up. A popular theory is that their original name was actually Flutterby, and the global game of telephone ended predictably. It's much more likely that it came from the Dutch word butterscheiter, or buttersh.
What the fuck? Get the shit insect away.
Apparently, a butterfly bowel movement looks like a brick of butter. It's not 100% confirmed, but believing otherwise goes against my narrative, so I'ma disregard it. Insane intro aside, what is it that makes a butterfly? Because I wasn't kidding. If you're like me, butterflies are not what you think. Like on a scientific level, Lepidoptera represents the order of flying insects.
Bro, it looks like Mothra, straight up. Or which one? Could be. At least it's as furry as Mothra. Yeah. Leo, maybe?
Insects that are, well, basically moths and anything that looks like a moth. Butterflies are a relatively small superfamily that's less than 10% of the Lepidoptera party, with a small contribution of, at most, 20,000 species. Everything else is a moth. They go to war, moths clear. There are also skippers, which are technically butterflies, but were such an out-of-character butterfly that science thought it was its own thing. Long story short, it's a butterfly that heavily borrows from the moth's playbook, especially when it comes to flying.
Skipper, instead of slow gliding flight. Skippers fly quickly and erratically, hence the name Skipper. Interesting, cute. They look cute though.
Which gets straight up confusing when you realize there's an animal called a moth butterfly that skippers have nothing to do with. But basically, American moth butterflies are that weird, only ever see during the holidays type of family.
Why does this look like a dragonfly instead? Huh.
Family of butterfly that were so weird and mothy, it kept them from the butterfly function until recently. Boring high school sciencey stuff aside, it's a moth's world. Butterflies are just a small part of it. I say that because there will be mentions of moths in this video, and I just know I'd get my Lepidoptera pass checked if I didn't make that clear. Because
that's a lot of, what the fuck is that? That looks like a snake? Why does this look like a snake?
There's a lot of evolutionary headassery going on with moths, and I'm not about to leave it out on a technicality. So yeah, butterflies are not what you think, even in an artistic sense. That butterfly's dead. If I ask you all to draw a butterfly, chances are 95% of you would draw this, and you would be illustrating a corpse. For some reason, butterflies are often drawn the same way dead ones are pinned and displayed by those who collect them. We basically did a blobfish to the butterfly.
Interesting. Yep. But blobfish are not supposed, they're not even this ugly. They just look like that because they have no pressure applied to them.
And immortalize their death pose. A butterfly might hit this pose at some point in its natural life, but most times a butterfly looking like this isn't. But it was. My condolences to anyone watching this and realizing they have a dead winger tattooed on them. So while we did do butterflies dirty there, butterflies don't need help doing that themselves with the things they eat, and that really starts as caterpillars. As you know, butterflies have many forms, and a caterpillar's job is to eat as much as physically possible. Caterpillars have the type of greed they warn you about in the Bible. No.
Sometimes they look kind of cute, though. Sometimes they do look kind of cute. Like caterpillars? For sure.
No other animal reaches such biblical levels of gluttony. A caterpillar can eat 200 times its birth weight in the first 2 weeks, which can become 1,000 times its weight in only 2 months. Now, those numbers probably don't hit as hard.
And then it just straight up looks like a maggot. That looks like a maggot, bro. Like, I see this on some leaves. I'm killing it the moment I see it, sorry.
As a North American silk moth. No animal alive eats more relative to body size.
What the fuck? Is that a... It's just an illusion. There's no way it's this big. What the it's fluffy. What the heck?
Size than a marauding moth, which will eat...
No way, it is that... No, never mind. Get the flamethrower!
86,000 times its body weight in less than 2 months of life. To keep that same pace, your 7-pound baby would have to scarf 273 metric tons of mass or 601,861 pounds worth of Similac. Pot of greed. Caterpillars eating constantly does have a consequence, and is them being in a perpetual state of dropping bombs. The scientific name for caterpillar waste is frass, and these hedonists pile on the frass.
What the fuck? It's walking though. Now eat it. No!
By the metric hecton. If you live in the area code of...
We are not at the World Economic Forum. I do not want to eat the bugs. What the fuck is that?
The gypsy moth, then you've likely woken up to the sound of heavy rain with no water, because it was actually the sound of caterpillars mass flooding folks with frass from above. To be fair, if you could get all your lifetime bathroom visits out the way in only a few weeks, in that time the toilet would never not be attached to your cheeks. But another consequence of caterpillars unloading enough bricks to rebuild the city of Gotham, or Newark, is predators like wasps will track them down by following the brown brick road. So many caterpillars can ballistically launch their own fecal matter like a cannonball.
They throw shit that's crazy. They are literally shit throwing? Peak.
Skipper caterpillar can shot put its own product up to 40 times its own body length, which is the equivalent of a man blowing it out the other end over 200 feet. Mind you, the world record for shot put is 77. Caterpillars shoot the shit, but ain't no back talk, and the chances a habitual slinger shoots one into your mouth is...
This is peak. Imagine your defense mechanism is just... aggressively shitting.
low. Science won't let it be zero. But they don't always shoot it. Only because caterpillars will also use their poop to manipulate the very plants they eat. Plants don't just get munched on all day and just take it. They'll produce chemicals to repel plant predators like caterpillars. Not only that, but those chemicals are like a cry for help, where one plant being eaten can warn others with its aromatic alarm bell. The catch is, they can only react to one threat at once, and the armyworm caterpillar exploits this by dropping deuces that tricks the plant into thinking it's being attacked by a fungal infection. The plant can only deal with one problem at a time, and while it's crashing out trying to fight a fungus that isn't there, the armyworm has free reign to eat it along with any other
manipulators as well. Yoshi Island's music. Yeah, and sounds.
other plant taking a cue from it. That's diabolical. The plant's get back is devious. Some plants can release a chemical that turns caterpillars into cannibals. Apparently, methyl jasmonate is such an insult to a caterpillar's palate.
Was the person that found this turned into a cannibal and was named Jasmine?
That when plants would produce it as a defense, the caterpillars decided they'd rather eat each other instead. Simply not eating is not an option, and the moment a plant becomes less palatable is the moment you see a bunch of sandworms start ripping into each other. Although in the plant's defense, caterpillars don't need much to turn on each other, and the moment caterpillars realize there isn't enough milkweed to go around, they'll start aggressively headbutting each other to steal food. So caterpillars don't always choose violence, unless it's food, then the bulkworm's ready for war. But the reason the hungry caterpillar is more of a curse than a kid's book is because they'll need all that energy for metamorphosis. And if the endgame of that wasn't a butterfly, we'd probably look at the whole process differently. You know it starts when hell freezes over and the caterpillar does something wildly out of character. it stops eating. If you keep watching, you'll witness the caterpillar split its skin and then pull its flesh suit down and then writhe around like a foot trying to emancipate itself from a gym sock until the skin suit falls and reveals a gooey casing called the chrysalis. So
the cocoon. Yeah, freaky.
Quick rundown. The chrysalis is the shell booger the switch up happens in. Pupa usually refers to the
interesting. They're turning into cocoon out right there.
Life stage this happens in, and the cocoon you may remember hearing about are the silk cases many moths will make as a chrysalis substitute. Some moths don't cocoon, but no butterfly does. Now, the process of metamorphosis is beautiful and has also been associated with rebirth. It might be associated with something else if nature removed the modesty chamber and let you see what actually happens. Inside the chrysalis, the caterpillar releases enzymes to dissolve its tissues, basically digesting itself into almost soup. If you cut
What the fuck? So it's basically just like a fleshy mess inside?
the chrysalis, a mess of caterpillar slushy would spill out. The only things that don't turn into Shrekfest are imaginal discs, and what they are is basically whatever they need to be. They're like the blueprint to their adult life, with discs for every butterfly body part like wings, eyes, antennae, and they lay dormant in the constantly eating caterpillar like a sleeper cell. The only thing stopping it from activating is the juvenile hormone in the caterpillar, and the same way neutering neophytes kept castratos sounding young, the hormone Peter Pans the caterpillar and keeps them young so they
It mocks me. It mocks me with its bratty look. This thing's staring me down through the screen.
can keep eating like nature's favorite feedie. Once the hormone drops, the caterpillar pupates, and those sleeper cell imaginal discs use the protein-fueled former caterpillar to fuel rapid cell division. The process isn't one-to-one for every caterpillar, but that's pretty much the spark notes. Monarch butterflies occupy a
freaky shit. For real. Just freaky. Ugh.
Chrysalis anywhere from 10 to 14 days. Some, like desert orange tips, will wait years, some say even close to a decade, for the right conditions to pop out. Another fact is that adult butterflies can remember part of their lives as caterpillars, even with their time as
they even have memories? Wild.
Butterfly broth in between. Science shows that caterpillars conditioned to avoid certain smells through electrical shocks go on to show the same
That's all a snake, I can tell, but what the fuck it looks like when
same discernment as flying adults. I feel like that's way cooler than people give credit for, but it's also
Caterpie? What's Caterpie doing here? What the fuck?
also possible they do remember their past lives of greed, which might be why many moths don't have mouths altogether. Okay, that's a joke. Well, not the no mouth thing. The Luna moth is only alive for as long as its caterpillar past ate for. But the reason is because the same way a caterpillar's job is only to eat, once they can fly, their main priority is getting laid.
But to be fair, I'm not gonna lie, these are so pretty and fluffy.
Flutterbies have one job, and it's to mate, and some moths take the sentiment literally. Cause a closed mouth won't get fed, but no mouth might get oh, my bad, I mean her abdomen. Touching abdomens is how butterflies mate, and the process is much less innocent than you want to believe. Yeah, it's about that time. Almost every messed up thing about butterflies comes down to them catching a date. Butterflies will use several factor authentication like sound, color, even flight patterns to choose a mate, but the real secret sauce are pheromones. Males use pheromones like a calling card, and many moths and butterflies have a hair pencil to help get the message out further.
Then we went into butterfly gooning. Let's go.
Also called the coromata, it's a scent organ that inflates and fans out pheromones to anyone who might be interested. And with over 180,000 species of moths and not moths, someone was bound to take it too far. And Creatinos Genghis shows you just how far love makes some guys go. If it's any solace, a horny male moth can't fly with its coromata out. Life finds a way.
What the fuck is that? Bro, I'm killing it. The moment I see this, I'm killing it.
Also, yes, Australia. Males use the food they collected as caterpillars.
Why am I not surprised? Why am I not surprised that this is Australia? That doesn't surprise me. Dark continent.
To help fuel pheromones, which is why it's often the males you'll see puddling the juices out of a compost pile, especially since the chemicals are more for just attracting mates. After mating, male butterflies will often spray their partners with an anti-aphrodisiac that makes the female completely unattractive to other males. That wouldn't even be that bad, but parasites like wasps
Yo, can humans do that too? I have an idea.
the method, so now I got wasps tracking a recently deflowered female by her anti-aphrodisiac after spray and hitching a ride on her, waiting until the female lays eggs so the stowaway can parasitize them. The end game is her larva getting eaten from the inside by a brood of xenomorphs. Luckily in studies, less than 10% of wasps were successful, but that's what an insecure man can do to you. But some males don't stop at man repellent. Some went ahead and invented chastity belts. Few males will excrete this weird whack.
Chastity belts. Chastity belts? That's very interesting. That's crazy. Looks like combination of two creatures. W Australia? Hell no, bro. What do you mean W? Hell no.
Substance designed to plug up his partner's female parts, which physically seals her off from other males. It's a literal breeding block, but that leaves a problem. It's in the female's best interest to mate with as many males as possible, but it also behooves the male to brute force monogamy, which has led to this evolutionary arms race, with females flexing increasingly harder to plug junk and males producing even more blobs of scabby petroleum jelly. But that is far from the most felonious way males buff their chances. Some people have experienced the rare occurrence of two butterflies in one chrysalis. Really, it's the scene of a crime. Some, like the zebra.
Wait, two? That's interesting.
Zebra longwing won't even wait until the female is fresh out the pupa stage. As the female is getting ready to break out of the chrysalis, a gang of males can swarm her and start fighting for position. The winner then rips into her chrysalis to...
That's crazy. Straight up butterfly rapists. Peak.
Mate with her while she's still stuck in the stage. There's a term for this. Some call it pupa rope. Now insects can't really consent, so maybe that's too far, so forced copulation is a nicer way to describe it. But the rising female has zero choice in the matter when she basically gets spawn camped, and that just feels illegal. Still just butterflies, right? But when you only have a couple weeks to live, you pull out all the stops to make sure your genes don't pass tense with you. And it's why male butterflies are more likely to suck the sweat off your back. Not only do those nutrients help form pheromones, during mating, males will pass off nutrients to the female as a sort of consummation gift that helps the eggs, and in some species, the males will transfer 25% of their body weight in the process. Which explains why male butterflies are crackheads when it comes to some mineral, and some males take it so far, science had to invent a whole nother word for what they do. Because in North Sulawesi in Indonesia, milkweed butterflies were seen harassing, scratching, and eventually sucking the juices out of caterpillars. The same claws that
Bro! You get, bro, imagine you about to get reincarnated and somebody just snaps your neck.
Used to scratch the sweet out of leaves, they'll use on a caterpillar until their internal essence spills out, and at that point, the butterfly treats its own kind like a juice box, which led to the term kleptopharmacology. Because they're not exactly preying on the pillars, more than just stealing their substance, and a lot of times the caterpillars actually survive. Although knowing that they keep their memories as adults, probably not without PTSD. I think I'd rather die. But yeah, that's gonna do it for this video. If you come away from this video thinking less of butterflies or even hating them, then I failed at my job. I never want to be the reason y'all hate an animal when there isn't an animal alive that I hate. There's no cutaway. I meant that. The butterfly didn't ask to be put on a pedestal. If learning more about them ruins them, that is a failure of your own expectations. And to steal a line from friend of the channel, Hank Green, butterflies aren't here to please us. Their beauty is an accident, and we are merely spectators. Especially when the monarch population is down 99%. That's the scariest thing about them. Also, I want to thank y'all so much for 4 million subscribers. I've said it before, but y'all have changed the trajectory of my life in ways you cannot even begin to imagine. I got a lot more stuff planned, promises to keep. I did not forget the checks my big mouth wrote this year. But for now, as a thank you, I'll be doing a video on whatever the top comment says. Within reason. Within reason. Anyway, been a minute since I said this, but drink water, hug your mother, save the butterflies fam, and moths too. And I'ma see y'all in the next one. Probably the last one of this year, to be honest.
So, what we can summarize is, simply put, there's one butterfly or moth that I have no issues with. It's Mothra. Mothra saves people. She has no problems with people most of the time. I'm gonna stick with Mothra. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Freaky creatures. Freaky creatures. Anyways. what's next? So I think we're gonna do this one next. It's time. Let's do some horrible stuff again. Of course. Because we must. Here we go. Disney Adult Cringe by Sydney Watson. We did the previous one. Now we're doing this one. This won't be good either. This won't be good either. But, well, here we go. At least it's not overweight Disney adults.
Pooh, I've waited 30 years to meet you.
Did you ever wonder why it smells so good on Main Street, USA?
Why?
Come on, it's a girly. I can't really complain. Fine. But this one is cringe.
It's because they use vanilla scents to make it smell like a freshly baked cookie.
Stop bringing children to Disney. This is an adult's playground.
Why would you act this way out in...
Like, cool. Your dream was always, like, as a kiddo to go to Disneyland. Okay, for the first time. Sure, that reaction? Fine. Cool. Fine. Okay. Okay. But you've seen it before. Like, bro, it's not that deep.
In public.
And film yourself, by the way.
Hi, my name is Sydney. Welcome back to hell. So about 2-ish months ago, I talked on this channel about a group of women called the plus-sized park hoppers. Yeah, these ladies.
We're plus-size park hoppers, and we range in sizes from 2X to 5X. Have you been dying to ride Dragon Racers Rally at Universal's Epic Universe, but you weren't sure if you'd fit?
And ever since then, I have wanted to talk about Disney adults in general because... yeesh. I think this is absolutely the strangest phenomenon.
You mean free content? Which it essentially is. And these big ladies, you can't just farm them.
And then just the other day, this video popped up on my Twitter feed and gave me unprecedented levels of secondhand embarrassment, and I thought, yes, now is the time to talk about these people.
Pooh, I've waited 30 years to meet you. So cute! Oh my gosh, you're the cutest thing ever. I promise. Look at my little Pooh. And I have Winnie the Pooh phone case. I tell you I love you. I do. I love you, Pooh. I love you. I love you so much. Can we get a picture? Oh, yes.
At first I thought that maybe this was a young woman.
Never mind. Never mind. Never mind. Why do you react this way? It's not even the real Pooh.
Who had some sort of cognitive disability, but I've concluded that that's probably not the case. She is regrettably just a Disney adult, treating a person who is wearing a sweaty scrotum costume like he is actually Winnie the Pooh. And just to be perfectly clear, ordinarily I am one of those people who is like, let other people enjoy things. It's why I don't bully the guys who paint Warhammer, like my brother. I don't make fun of...
There is nothing wrong with painting figurines. Got it?
The people who play Dungeons and Dragons. I don't even make fun of the bronies. Except for maybe the Nazism. Are the bronies the ones that do the Nazism? I don't know. But
isn't this usually the femboys that are doing it? If I remember correctly. I thought it was the femboys doing it. I could be wrong. But I thought it was the femboys, okay? I'm pretty sure it was the femboys.
Of all of the adult obsessions that started in childhood, Disney adults are the weirdest, most infantilized group of baby people. And nobody can change my mind about that. If you're not familiar with this phenomenon, the internet is full of videos of childless 20, 30, and even 40-somethings taking trips to Disney, getting dripped out in Disney merch, and getting emotional and overwhelmed when meeting Disney characters. Yeah, that Winnie the Pooh video, that's a feature of these folks, not a bug. Which, again...
A feature, not a bug. I don't know. I don't know how you could obsess over something like this hard. Personally, I don't know. I don't understand. To be fair. I guess let them have fun. But the last girlies were promoting obesity, which I did not find fun.
Are probably some 18-year-old university students wearing these meat socks. I read recently that they don't actually clean these costumes out after use, which is... I don't like that for you guys. I'm very sorry that happens. Some of these people treat Disney as their only holiday destination. Others bankrupt themselves going there
Disney. It's over. Ending it all. Ending it all. We moved next to Disney World so we can visit every day. Here's what our life is like. And who's paying for this? The fuck?
Constantly.
There's two types of Disney adults, okay? There's one, which is like what you think of. And then there's chic Disney adults. This is Zara, okay? Butt. Yeah. Mickey on the butt. Mickey on the shirt.
No. All of you are freaks. Let's not make it a competition. And to be very, very clear here, when I'm talking about Disney adults, I don't mean any adult who happens to like Disney movies and visits the parks. It should be obvious and go without saying, but
I think what she means is end it all. Let's back to caves and restart. See, it's not the problem if you like Disney. That's not the issue. That's not the problem I think people have. I think it's when Disney becomes your entire personality. That's when it becomes a problem. It's when, right? I always think like the shipping communities are weird as shit. Like really weird because they fetishize shit. Like they fetishize being gay, lesbian, etc. That's the type of weird, right? When it becomes your entire personality. LGBTQ, when you being gay or lesbian or trans becomes everything you are, and there's nothing else about you except that you are that sexuality, or you identify as that. And for Disney adults, it's your hyper obsession is Disney, and that's your entire personality. Everything revolves around Disney. You got nothing else to offer.
You are in fact allowed to enjoy theme parks and enjoy films from your childhood. I'm not here to kill all of your joy. In fact, I have been to Disneyland. I got in a fight with the bartender at, I'm pretty sure at the time, the only bar in the entire complex. And then I got thrown out, and no, I don't want to talk about it. And no.
But why? But why? What are you talking about? I want to know. Like, did you actually throw hands with the bartender? Like, god damn it, I want to know. Can you please tell me you prefer original Coke instead of the piss shit Coke, Zero, or Diet? You will kill me anyways. Vanilla Coke. That's where it's at. Anyways.
I wasn't drunk, and I'm pretty sure I hadn't even had a single drink. I'm just difficult. And this information should surprise none of you. So yeah, obviously no shade to the people who casually enjoy Disney. It was a massive part of our childhoods, and I don't blame you for being invested in bits and pieces of it today. No, the people I'm referring to have made Disney fandom their...
Why is there a whale school?
Entire personality, visiting Disney dozens of times, doing deranged Disney TikTok dances, and forgetting the characters are really just some guy named Kevin.
Honestly, I had to be a Disney adult because look at these gums. Look at this ratio. It was either that or military wife, and it'll be a cold day before I come one of those. So, have a magical day.
Oh my god, they're becoming self-aware. And while we are going to have many laughs over some of the videos I'm about to show you,
it's just horrible. It was in fact not lesbian. Morgan Freeman voice. But yeah. Regular Coke is good, but vanilla Coke is better. It's peak. And the worst one that ever existed is the cherry one. Whatever they thought was going on, the cherry one is horrible. Disgusting. Ugh.
I do worry that these people are unhealthily stuck in childhood. You know, instead of dipping into the nostalgia pool, they have slipped in. and are just drowning. It's sort of funny because around the internet, these people are said to have what's called Peter Pan syndrome, and Disney made Peter Pan into a big thing, so there's some irony in there somewhere. Imagine you're just trying to walk through Disney and groups of random
women. It's mostly women, okay? It's mostly women. And yeah, that'd be horrifying. Apple likes diet. Oh, no wonder she's single. Poca loves cherry coke. Poca loves cherry coke. I will gut both of you.
Women just start screaming. Just go ahead and add this to the list of reasons that I hate going out in public. Random banshee shrieking. Oh, so it turns out this is just a theme. I say this a lot, but I really do hate it here. There's a lot of things in life that I don't think are particularly necessary. Screaming in public settings is definitely one of those things, but you want to know something that is super necessary here on the Hell Gondola? Being protected on—
I mean, screaming on the ride. Okay, sure. Depends on the ride. I usually don't scream. I'm like, I don't give a shit most of the time. Like, you're a hypocrite. Your whole personality is German. No, it's not. But there's somebody whose whole personality is being a crockerock.
online, which is why today's video is sponsored by Surfshark VPN.
These never work. These just never work. They're just bait. And bait used to be believable.
Warranty. One of the main things that I took from watching 9 million Disney adult videos is that these people have extreme emotional reactions to basically anything Disney related. Like this woman who cried after seeing Goofy again after, I guess, a period of time of not seeing him. This has copyrighted music, which is lame, so you're gonna have to listen to me singing instead. This is 100% what I imagine is happening under the costume.
I can't do this anymore. Help! The grown man inside the costume when an adult approaches them crying at Disney. Do these guys get therapy, by the way? Free therapy? I can't do this. I can't do this. And they're acting like they're meeting the real thing. Meeting my favorite Pixar character while dressed as her. It's in a costume. This is not the real person.
And she's dressed as Joy.
She is Joy. This is not a real person. They know that these are not real people, right? Why does my vote count the same as theirs? This woman lost it in the Polynesian heritage of Moana 2.
This is a real person? Okay, I must ask as well. Wait, they can vote the same way I do? Something is definitely off. I think we need IQ tests before voting.
But crying, specifically, happens towards basically everything. These people cry when they see buildings. This girl cried seeing a Disney princess castle.
You are a grown fucking man crying when seeing a building in Disneyland. Is there some connection with, like, trauma or something? Ew, Moana 2. Ew, Moana 2. Yeah.
I'm sure it has a name, but I don't care enough to look it up. Actually, apparently this is an actual TikTok trend. Imagine just handing your friend a camera and being like, hey, would you mind filming me while I fall to my knees and cry while looking at this random building or statue or structure? I mean, at least this woman changed it up and cried seeing Disney fireworks. You can see regular fireworks at New Year, or probably the 4th of July, or Australia Day, if you're from the land down under like me. I honestly can't remember the last time
The Dark Continent. Australia is the Dark Continent, guys. It is what it is.
that I cried like this about anything. I honestly cannot afford to. I'm too busy spending my time drinking tea and suffering. I'm also not trying to be a jerk, but I think I resonate the most with these kind of Disney reactions.
Oh, that's so sad.
Stop. It's cute.
It's I thought it would be bigger than that. That's what she said. Don't you judge me. You would have taken that opening too. Here, have a photo of me at Disney to judge because
Sure.
Yep, this about summed up my feelings towards it. Once again, more copyrighted music. I wish that YouTube didn't copyright everything. This guy's lame. What is...
Yeah, but at least now they're checking for community guideline violations before something gets uploaded. Slowly but surely they're doing it everywhere. But you can watch my video. Sure, if I can fit it in, sure.
Is he doing out in public? Sorry, because there's so much copyrighted music. He captioned this, last look at the castle before heading home always hits different. I genuinely hope that this is a joke, because if it's not, you need to have your tattoos rescinded. Tattoos like this are for meatheads only. Obviously, you can see that these are not normal people just enjoying Disney for the purposes of nostalgia and, I don't know, revisiting their childhoods for like one day or whatever. These are people who are making this theme park, this profit-driven theme park, their entire personality.
Yeah, that's pretty accurate. And they're easily used for getting, being the absolute ultra pay pigs, which is really interesting.
People buy houses and condos near or apparently in the Disney parks.
I'm a single adult in my 30s, and here's why I chose to live in a condo inside Disney World.
Reason 1, public transit. Not only does Disney World offer a multitude of public transit options to be to and from the parks, but unlike most cities in the US, the grounds follow strict ADA accessibility.
He lives in Disneyland. He lives in Disneyland. He lives there. He lives there. He lives there. Can't do this anymore.
The guidelines allowing people of all abilities to ride Skyliners, monorails, or even, well, logs.
This music has copyrighted music in the background, or I would have shown you so much more of it, but this is genuinely one of the strangest TikToks that I have ever watched, and I think it's so funny that this guy tells us immediately at the gate that he's a single adult male. Like, yeah, we can tell, guy. That's why you're buying a condo at Disney. That is why you are buying a condo at a children's theme park. This is clearly normal behavior. There is this one YouTube account called Addicted to the Mouse, and this family moved to Orlando, Florida, just to be closer to Disney World.
We decided that we wanted to uproot our lives and move to Florida, and so
move to Florida for Disneyland. Wait, Walt Disney would be proud. Walt Disney would go Austrian painter if he saw what these people are doing to his legacy.
we actually purchased this house that we are sitting in March of 2021.
And the moving to be closer to Disney thing is actually incredibly bizarrely common. People pick up their entire lives to move closer to a profit-driven resort complex for children. So normal and well-adjusted.
Move with us even closer to Disney World. We can now literally see the fireworks from our front porch.
Have you ever thought to yourself, what if I just do it? What if I actually follow my dreams and move next to Disney? Honestly, what's the worst that's going to happen? You're not going to like it and you're going to have to move back to where you started. It has been a little over 2 years since my husband and I actually followed our dreams.
And the husband just went along with this retarded shit? Well, they have 2 kids now. Bro can no longer divorce. It's gonna ruin him. So So he's like in perpetual hell now. What the fuck?
Moved next to Walt Disney World and left everything that we knew behind. The hardest part is going to be getting out of your comfort zone, but then you're going to realize everything that you now have.
I was not meant to exist on a planet with other people. I just wasn't. And I guess if you can't live directly next to or inside of a Disney theme park, you can just visit it every year. Or 900 times a year. I remember reading this Reddit post back in 2024, like towards the end of the year, where a husband complained about his wife having made them go to Disney for 9 trips in a row, including their...
We have been to Disney 9 times now, and every vacation we have taken together was to go there, including our honeymoon. Divorce. Now!
A honeymoon. So when he tried to take his wife to a new place for a holiday, she apparently then went behind his back and booked a Disney resort in Hawaii instead. Like, dude, why wouldn't you put your foot down after, I don't know, the 3rd trip? This is not normal. When I go on holiday, I want to be as far away from people as humanly possible. The last holiday that I went on this year, which was the first in literally years, we went to as far away from people as we could get on an island. So why would you spend your money being around thousands of people multiple times a year, every year? What kind of pathology is this? You guys also probably remember the video I made about the plus-size park.
Standing and waiting for rides and legit every time I went into a theme park, I just got stressed. I don't want to do it. I just got stressed. I wouldn't want to do it. It's annoying. It's tiring. You have to wait the entire time. There's just like sometimes you have a lot of assholes there. Like, why would you do that? Especially at your honeymoon. At your honeymoon. What the fuck?
Coppers who I think exclusively go to Disney multiple times a year and make content testing out fitting on the rides, which mobility scooters are good for scooting their fat butts around the park, what food tastes good. I mean, apparently all of it. One of the funniest things to me about this type of human being is that they routinely complain about how expensive Disney is getting, and it's like, yeah, of course you would notice that because you go to the frickin' theme park multiple times a year. Every year. You're like a drug addict. You're forking out thousands upon thousands of dollars to go to the same place every year to feed this addiction that you have.
I'm not buying lightning lanes because they used to be free. On principle, I'm not staying at a Disney resort because we used to get perks included that are no longer included.
People will quite literally go into debt trying to afford Disney's yearly membership.
Well, what was it? Who was it? Wait a minute. Let me check something. I think, and I could be wrong. But I think Caleb Hammer, if I'm not wrong, literally had to lecture 2 women, right? 2 girlies in a relationship. Because they went to Disneyland while having no money and being in debt. And they go multiple times. That's how bad it is.
Membership passes.
Come on.
When I was in nursing school.
There they are! There they are! Here we go. Perfect that I knew this. Nice, cool, awesome. I completely forgot that I knew this.
Well, we said...
You're talking about Disney right now?
Yes.
We're having a conversation about Mickey and his little mouse? What are we doing?
Well, I told myself it would be my treat for like finishing nursing school.
You don't get treats if you're not paying your fucking bills. You haven't paid for nursing school yet. You owe on it still. Oh, okay, what?
So the passes were $2,000
for the both of us.
$2,000? They paid $2,000? Together or separate? Together or each? $2,000? I could do so much with $2,000, bro.
What?
Both of us.
For fucking what?
For the whole year. So now we can
The whole year
can go
anytime
whenever we want.
And honestly, I think my favorite kind of Disney adult are the ones who just fundamentally hate kids. And on its nose, that sounds like a terrible statement, but they're so funny to me because they are making something for kids into their entire personality and then getting angry at children who are participating in this thing.
Good afternoon, Poker. How are you today? I'm better and better. How are you? Hope you're doing well. Now, these women also paid more so they can get something cheaper. So they paid more to pay more. These people are stupid.
That's meant for children.
Stop bringing children to Disney. This is an adult's playground. Why are there children here?
I went ahead and found the full video here because there were snippets of it on TikTok, and the full segment doesn't add any more useful context. These adult men are arguing that you shouldn't bring your children to Disney because they get in the way of adults who are just trying to enjoy their time there. They talk about how this one little kid almost tripped up this guy whose name is, I think, Cody, and then ask why kids are there at all.
And actually, at Epcot, I also almost got taken out by a child.
I was going to say, I thought that's what you're talking about when the girl walked under
We were
Cody's
walking outside of
legs.
Space 220.
She walked under.
And this father had no control over his child, and this child just walked underneath my legs and almost made me fall and hurt the child.
The child shouldn't even have been there because it's Disney World. Why would the child be there?
God, I'm a Peloton instructor.
Why would a child be there at those parks?
I definitely understand when adults want to experience things without a bunch of children running around and screaming. I get that in certain contexts.
I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. These are grown-ass men in their 30s. And they act like this? I hate Cody. I hate Cody too. These are grown fucking men in their 30s, and they act like this.
And I can relate to that sentiment in certain contexts. However, Disney is a place for families and children. You cannot go there and reasonably expect that there will be 0 kids. And because there are children who go to Disney, you need to act appropriately. Why are you doing this?
Bro, what the fuck? Why you... What? Is he filming and she's like jumping and her tits are jumping?
Out in public. I mean, this guy is doing a parody of the anti-kid people, but he's not far off.
Who brings their kids to Disneyland, honestly? Is there anywhere that's like kid-free, like adult-only zone? These wait times, it's a Tuesday. Do kids not go to school anymore? Do kids have to get the flu shot? Is that legally mandated, or am I getting sick from being here? I don't even think these kids are old enough to be on this ride. I've been dodging strollers all day.
The key to a good family vacation is bringing your mother so you can...
What is...
Ay caramba! El cringe! Help! Oh my god.
Insane, and will definitely surprise none of you, is that because of the amount of childless adult humans going to Disney parks all over the world every single year, because now this group of people actually make up the majority of people who go to these parks, Disney has obviously cottoned onto this and has started opening bars in the parks. They have after hours events and adult only events and child free events and all of these things that are now starting to excommunicate children for the thing that has long been meant for them. Yes, you heard that right. The Reddit Disney adults have monopolized
Reddit, put on your swamp suit because we are going in. It's time for a circle of hell again.
Disney. I have to show you guys this as well because when I was looking for clips to make this video, I came across this one and I think it might be real. I'm not totally sure, but apparently this is a Disney employee on one of these after hours cruises with a bunch of adults on board, just roasting them for being there, just absolutely tearing strips off of them, and it is terrific.
Please just stay home next time. Please just stay home.
If you're 25 and you're thinking about coming to Disneyland, folks, it is after dark, and that means I can say what I want to say. Disney adults are genuinely weird. I'm talking.
Disney, but the intrusive thoughts win peak. Okay, today I've been considering learning more piano, since my grandfather was a concert pianist who played across the world and also acquired his first guitar from Elvis. That's pretty cool. Your grandpa was big. He says what everyone is thinking true.
Talking about you guys. There's no kids on this cruise. Why are you here? This isn't on the script. This isn't part of the bit. I genuinely think you guys are weird for being on this cruise. At least when kids are riding, they laugh. You guys just sit there on your phone, know that you paid $500 to be here today, and you don't even have a good excuse for doing it because you're all at least 20. What the hell is that? Go to a club, go to a party, or stay inside. Don't bring the vibe down on my cruise. It's weird. Mickey Mouse isn't your friend. Trust me, I know. He's my boss. He bleeds me like a vampire. The magic of this place should have worn off for you guys when you reached the age of 12.
So on the other side of this, there's
Bro really said, y'all are weird as shit. Disney's not cool. Get the fuck out of here. Kids are fun.
Argument being made that Disney adults are enjoying life way more than the rest of us. Oh my god, that's not really an argument, is it? And I've seen a bunch of explanations like these people were probably robbed of a childhood when they were actually children, and therefore they are playing it out now and doing the things they didn't have access to as children. And if that is in fact the case, I do feel very sorry for them, but I don't think that that somehow magically makes any of this behavior normal. You know, the more I think about it, I think that my primary issue is that Disney, the place where kids' dreams come true, is also quickly becoming an adult-only experience. And like, not only is the park itself gravitating towards appeasing the adults who never seem to grow up, the adults who frequent the park have also no...
Again, like going to Disneyland once. Cool, fine. Fine, right? Cool. Totally fine. But if you go 9 times back to back and even on your honeymoon, I am questioning things.
problem complaining about sharing their experience with small children, which is completely mad. Jokey jokes aside here for a second, I do understand the argument being made by some people who've never been to Disney, never experienced it in person before, who are excited to be there and participate and do all the things. I get it. I really do. I mean, I kind of had a similar response, I guess, when I went to the Harry Potter thing in London. Oh my god, I don't remember the name of it. It's been a while. Anyway, I really enjoyed doing that. I thought it was really cool. I I got butterbeer and I walked through, I guess the sets and all of that. It's starting to get late. My brain is fried. So yeah, I do get it. I'm just not talking about you. I'm talking about the people who take this too far. And it's like these bloody people have arrested development. Like they never quite move past their childhoods. Like they are stuck here trying to recreate it or revisit it. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm not there with them. So it's like hard to put myself in their position, but I think that's...
It might be revisiting. It might be a coping mechanism, to be fair. It's probably an unhealthy coping mechanism. For those that do it really, really often and really, really frequently, it's probably an unhealthy coping mechanism.
Some of what's going on here. It's like, as adults now in society, we are in this perpetual state of wanting to be kids again, and it's why people have turned adulting into, a verb to describe doing everyday adult activities, just like regular activities. Would you frickin' focus, you stupid bloody camera? And it's a bit of a fine line to walk here, honestly. Like, I understand why some people say, well, why are you allowed to have a Lord of the Rings collection, but I'm not allowed to be obsessed with Disney? Well, in my case, number one, Legolas and Fancy Ring. And in your case, furries. Truth be told,
Yeah, true, in a way. Not fully. Mickey Mouse and Goofy and what other characters there are.
I'm clearly not the arbiter of which things from our childhood are acceptable and which things are cringe, but I do think that in the case of Disney adults, the reason why this is so is because these people take what should otherwise be a reasonably normal casual interest and turn it into a full-blown obsession. And so you see, maybe most of us wouldn't have a problem with this if it weren't so performative and loud. And maybe if they weren't trying to box out little children from the very magic that they're trying to create for themselves. So there you have it, the irony of adults going to Disney to live out their childhood dreams, while also simultaneously denying the luxury of this same thing to the next generation of tiny people. We're all so healthy socially right now, aren't we? There's no clean way to really finish off this video. If you guys like these kind of more reaction style ones, let me know. They're actually a lot of fun to make. But I will just say this, you know, Disney adults are obviously not going away anytime soon. Disney just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
See, they're just, like, easy to farm at this point, right? They are. They're just, like, really easy to farm. They're essentially, if you really want to put it like that, free content. So I don't see any issue. Elvis bought my grandfather a classic car. I forgot the brand, but that's also pretty cool. Bro, that's crazy. That's cool. That's really cool. That's awesome. Yo, I'd be like, I'd never forget this. I'd never forget this. This would be like peak moment.
And these people are just getting more and more infantilized, so we're just going to see this continue to grow. But I will say, in the end, that I'm never going to stop finding this weird. I'm never going to stop finding these people weird, but hopefully a huge portion of human beings can do their best to grow up. At least that's what I hope for. Now, on that note, just a quick reminder to check out Surfshark using the link in the description. I have actually used them for years. They've been a sponsor of this channel for years. I've always liked them. They're the only VPN that I've ever used. So if you are in need of a VPN, absolutely check them out. Now, I open the floor to all of you. What do you all think about this one?
Simple. What I think about this is simple. We might need to bring back asylums. Because going back to Disney 9 times, even on your honeymoon, moving into a condo at Disney, crying when you see a person in a costume, and even just other things, glorifying obesity while being at Disney, we have reached the limit. We have reached the limit. Bring back the asylums. Make Disney for kids again. And not for people in their 30s who can't get their shit together. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. Okay. Take a quick break. Then we'll do another video and that'll probably end because my throat is still not quite there. You can hear it. It's still not quite there. I'm still struggling a little bit. And I don't want to overdo it. Otherwise, I may get sick again. We don't want that. Samus cries when she sees Poke Peek. We'll probably do yours, Croc. We'll do yours. Alright. I'll be right back. Alright, back. And then we'll watch one more video. Can perfectly end after 5 hours. And then I think tomorrow we can do the full 6 again. Because my throat is fine again. Hopefully. Of course I hope so. Will that be the case? I do not know. But we'll see. We'll see. But I hope so. So yeah, we'll do Crocker Rock's video. Why not? Let's see what that's about. Let me check.
For as long as people...
Interesting. Okay. Okay. I got no idea. Zero. None. The worst biopic ever made. Wired. The Short Life and Fast Times of John Belushi by Pop Culture Hyperfixations. I got no idea. I don't even know what the biopic is. I'll be completely honest. I don't understand these movie terms. Anyways, let's go in. Let's see.
For as long as people have been able to make films, they've been making them about real people.
Why is Abraham Lincoln here?
The first motion picture was made in 1888, and by 1900 the first biographical film was already made. As the years rolled on and Hollywood increased in scope and influence, the biographical film, or biopic as it's more commonly known, became commonplace. I mean, it makes sense. It's a lot easier to convince audiences to see a movie when they already have some awareness about the subject. And in the 125 years since the first biopic was made, a lot of audiences have seen a lot of movies about a lot of people. Now, even though the genre seems limiting, there are a lot of eclectic ways these films differentiate themselves from one another.
Oh no, not this. Anybody remember this movie? Wasn't this about Robbie Williams, but instead he's like a fucking monkey? I think it was. The movie I was talking about a few days ago. Oh, okay. I doubt it for some reason, but I've heard. But have you heard the name of Brian Jones? No, I have not.
There are the ones that pride themselves on their accuracy, and then there are the ones that really stretch the use of creative license. There are the films where a performer disappears into the subject, and then there are the films where it seems like the actor didn't do a second of research. There's the kind of movies where you find yourself somehow rooting for a terrible director to finish his masterpiece, and then there's the kind of movies where you're horrified when an amazing comedian finishes his milkshake.
I had a lot of strawberry malteds in my life, you know that, but of all of them I ever had, boy, Eddie, this one's the best.
Bro died doing what he loves the most, drinking a strawberry milkshake. There could be worse things. Not gonna lie, it could be worse.
Ultimately, when it comes down to biopics, it really comes down to those that are good and those that are bad. And boy, have there been a lot of bad ones. Movies that for whatever reason failed their subject on some level. What if I told you of a movie that failed its subject on every level? A movie about the death of one of pop culture's most enduring figures that ultimately killed some careers. This is the story of Wired.
He turned Saturday night into the hottest party of the week.
Cheeseburger, cheeseburger, cheeseburger!
Then he headed for Hollywood.
I wonder if anybody will...
I will definitely get castrated by the copyright for this one. For sure. I'm dying.
Recognize us. Where the party never ended.
A wild man. Totally wild.
And for John Belushi, every night was Saturday night.
Go down in history! Yeah!
Wired. Rated R.
In the 1970s, there were few entertainers more popular than John Belushi. The comedian first gained national prominence in 1975 as one
Okay, John Belushi. Okay. Let's see where this is going.
of the original Saturday Night Live not ready for primetime players. In his 4 seasons on SNL, Belushi cemented himself as one of the most popular cast members in the history of the show. He was a comedic force of nature, and even in a show where seemingly anything could happen, Belushi still brought an element of danger. It wasn't too long before Hollywood came calling and iconic roles in films like Animal House quickly followed. His partnership with Dan Aykroyd is legendary. especially in their collaboration as the Blues Brothers. What started as a performance on SNL turned into multiple successful albums and eventually a feature film. Look, it's difficult to properly convey just how massive Belushi was at this point, but there's an off-cited piece of trivia that might sum it up better than I could. Saturday Night Live debuted when Belushi was 27 years old, but by the time he turned 30, he was appearing on the #1 show, the #1
This guy seems familiar, I just can't pinpoint it.
movie, and the #1 album in the country, all at the same time. Unfortunately, despite his immense professional success, Belushi's personal life was chaos. His history with substance abuse is well known, and for a lot of people that became his defining trait. A lot of people saw Belushi as Bluto Blutarsky come to life, a Tasmanian devil of comedy. And it would be unfair to me to say that there wasn't some truth to that. He wasn't a mindless idiot, but Belushi was a wild man. He smoked and drank.
I think I've seen this guy somewhere before, but you know who Dan Aykroyd is? Ghostbusters, right? That one guy? I'm pretty sure. Ghostbusters. He's in Ghostbusters. Very sure.
But his real problems came from an addiction to cocaine. Even during the 70s, where many in
a classic. It's Hollywood, baby.
Hollywood were using it recreationally, John's heavy usage still frightened people. With the support of his friends and family, John made numerous attempts to curb his addiction, but unfortunately on May 5th, 1982, his demons finally caught up with him.
Good evening, I'm Marty McNeely for WGN News. Comic actor John Belushi died today at a rented hotel bungalow in the Hollywood Hills. Authorities say that cause of death is believed to have been a heart attack. Fire department medics said they were called to the hotel, where they found Belushi unconscious.
He overdosed. A classic. He overdosed.
And choking.
In hindsight, we now know that Belushi didn't die of any natural causes. He died from an overdose of cocaine and heroin administered by a woman named Kathy Smith.
Damn, two even. Pronounced Aykroyd. Okay, Aykroyd. Classic. So two things even. Bro really wanted to go at this point.
Belushi's death was a wake-up call for many in the entertainment industry. Robin Williams was with Belushi hours before he died, and that death scared him into sobriety. If it could happen to Belushi, it could happen to anyone. It seems silly to say now, but a lot of people thought that Belushi was indestructible. Hell, Dan Aykroyd had nicknamed him the Albanian Oak. But at 33 years old,
the Albanian Oak, that's wild.
John had appeared to finally self-destruct. His friends and family knew John's death was a real possibility, but still there was strange circumstances surrounding it that gave them pause. Kathy Smith's role in his death was very suspicious. She was by her own admission the last person to see him alive, and rumors began to swirl that she was somehow connected to the Los Angeles Police Department. With those stories and many more out there, John's widow Judith wanted to find out the truth, so she looked for someone to investigate it. Her first pick was a Chicago reporter named Mike Royko. Royko was a favorite of John Belushi's, who had used the newspaper man as inspiration for his role in 1981's Continental Divide. After Royko declined, Judith was put in touch with the Washington Post's Bob Woodward. At first glance, Woodward seemed like an odd selection. I mean, his credentials spoke for themselves, with the most notable obviously being his part in uncovering Richard Nixon's role in the Watergate scandal. But why would he want to get involved in investigating the death of John Belushi?
Okay, John Belushi. I wonder where this is going. There's no way this is going to be like some deep conspiracy theory. He was taken out by somebody, actively overdosed.
It turns out there was a bit of a serendipitous connection there, as Woodward and Belushi both grew up in Wheaton, Illinois. To help the investigation, Judith reached out to John's friends and colleagues and helped Woodward connect with them. Finally, on June 4th, 1984, Bob Woodward released his book, Wired: The Short Life and Fast Times of John Belushi. To say Woodward's book wasn't what Judith Belushi expected would be an understatement. Wired is a book that not only refuses to shy away from John's drug problems, but makes them a primary focus. It's a book that's not afraid to name names, as the drug habits of celebrities like Carrie Fisher and Jack Nicholson are laid bare for the world to see. The book reads like an indictment of drugs in Hollywood as a whole, and really goes after those Woodward feels enabled John. As you would imagine, those close to Belushi.
Interesting. Well, those close to him didn't like this, and those whose drug abuse was exposed didn't like that either. There's a war comedy movie called 1941, made by Steven Spielberg. It was after Jaws. It stars John Belushi, John Candy. Dan Aykroyd and Christopher Lee. It's a funny bat movie. Okay, interesting. Interesting.
Were furious. Aside from their offense at being portrayed as enablers, they felt that the book wasn't interested in John Belushi the man, it was interested in John Belushi the drug addict. In his book Giant of the Senate, former SNL writer Al Franken quoted a joke by his writing partner Tom Davis.
Tom said it was like if someone titled your college yearbook Puked, and all it talked about was who puked, and when they puked, and what they puked. No one read Dickens for the first time, no one learned chemistry, no one fell in love, everyone just puked.
Judith Belushi, Dan Aykroyd, and Belushi's manager Bernie Brillstein were the most vocal in their criticism of the book. Aykroyd called the book trash, while Judith attempted to get publication of the book stopped over the unauthorized use of some photos. Judith felt Woodward had taken advantage of her and was incredibly upset, telling Rolling Stone magazine, quote, "I learned that Bob was a very joyless man, and I don't think he could ever see what made John happy. Also, I don't think he could see our relationship. He's had 2 divorces, and he's the kind of guy who shares more with someone at the office than with his wife. I don't think he believed we really loved each other. I also don't think he believed I really knew John." Woodward stood by his reporting. He was adamant that any accusations against him were by those unwilling to admit to themselves just how involved they were in Belushi's demise.
Interesting. Huh. I mean, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, and, well, at least showing off the drug abuse in Hollywood is a good thing, I guess.
He maintained that he had investigated the possibility that Kathy Smith was involved in the LAPD, but there wasn't enough evidence. As for the allegations from Judith, they didn't do enough to portray John in a positive light. He told the Winston-Salem Journal that it wasn't for a lack of trying. As a reporter, I spent a lot of time trying to pull things out of Judith Belushi, he remembers. She would share portions of her diaries with him, and I was on the phone saying, "Read me, tell me." It would come to things like this, referring to a particularly depressed passage. Maybe she didn't write the good times in her diaries that much. Woodward's researcher John Anderson also told Rolling Stone that they didn't write about the good John because nobody wanted to talk to them about the good John. As for the response from the literary world,
not great, Bob!
There were positive reviews of the book, but most coverage I found skewed negative. I think Mike Boone of the Montreal Gazette's criticisms summed it up the best. If you want to know why John Belushi lived a suicidal lifestyle, what motivated a man to burn out his career, his marriage, and ultimately his life, Wired won't be too much help. Woodward was adamant that the book was factual, and that's true, but that's really all it had going for it. As an unnamed associate of his said in the previously mentioned Rolling Stone article, I suspect Bob saw the Belushi book as a challenge. I think he was intrigued by the idea of exploring the dark side of someone else's soul, but there's a problem. Bob isn't all that introspective. He's a wonderful machine for gathering facts. He's not good at insight. In this case, he wanted to go beyond the facts, and he just couldn't. He couldn't see, the gray areas were too immense, and the facts about Belushi became his only refuge. And there are some fair questions regarding those facts. Author Tanner Colby helped Judith Belushi write a biography on John in the 2000s, and during his research he noticed something odd about Woodward's reporting.
Yeah, he probably used a few things. Obviously, the things are not as they seem. The things that happened are not as Bob Woodward is describing this, obviously. That's why it's a bad biopic.
As he outlined in an article for Slate.com, it wasn't that Woodward lied or made stuff up, it's more he would remove context. Colby cites several examples, but there's one in the book I think I found on my own. In the book, Woodward talks about the Blues Brothers movie in a pretty bizarre way. His writing on the film makes it seem like it was a box office bomb nobody liked. He cites only negative reviews about the film and articles about its overblown budget, but doesn't cite one of the countless positive reviews or mention the fact the movie grossed over $100 million. It's not that Woodward is lying, but it definitely supports Colby's argument that he massaged the truth. As to why Woodward reported it in that way, the theory I saw bandied about most was that he was in over his head. He had virtually no experience with Hollywood, drugs, or comedians, and wasn't equipped to report on this kind of story. And then there's comedian Tim Kaczorski's theory that was printed in the book Live from New York. My theory on Bob Woodward and John Belushi goes like this. They're both from the same town. Woodward, he's like Salieri. No matter what the fuck he did, All the President's Men, winning the Pulitzer, whatever. Unfortunately, he grew up in the same town where John Belushi grew up. And so he's always going to be number 2, and that's why he wrote Wired.
It is miraculous.
While Wired did cause a lot of controversy.
Oh, so this might be actually a case of of jealousy. Interesting.
Controversy, it also generated a lot of book sales, as it spent 15 weeks on the New York Times bestseller list. If it were any other bestseller, it'd be a no-brainer that a film adaptation would be coming. But most people in the business thought it was too risky to greenlight a project that shined a spotlight on Hollywood's seedy underbelly. That is until a producer named Edward S. Feldman wanted to take a risk. Feldman had a fairly eclectic career, as he helped produce critically acclaimed films like Save the Tiger and Witness, while also being responsible for both Hot Dog the Movie and Hamburger the Motion Picture. Together with his partner Charles Meeker.
What are these? What are these movies? The fuck? Hamburger and Hot Dog? The heck?
Feldman purchased the film rights from Woodward for $250,000 and promptly got to work on the film that would end up a thorn in his side for the rest of the decade. Not too long after news broke that Feldman purchased the film rights, he received an unexpected phone call from Michael Ovitz. Ovitz was the head of the CAA talent agency, and may have been the most powerful man in show business.
Look at that, it's Booba. Also known as Bill Clinton.
He was also John Belushi's former agent, and he was less than thrilled to see Wired becoming a film. Now, both men disagree on the tone of the phone call, but it's agreed upon that Ovitz told Feldman he shouldn't make the movie. Feldman didn't back down, and a war was declared. According to Robert Slater's Ovitz, the inside story of Hollywood's most controversial power broker, Ovitz contacted a number of his clients who had been mentioned in the book: Jim Belushi, Bill Murray, Dan Aykroyd, Robin Williams, and Robert De Niro. Ovitz then became authorized on behalf of the group to convey to Feldman the fact that these 5 clients would sue if the film sullied their characters. Ovitz hired an attorney and instructed him to tell Feldman, "We're not saying don't make the film, but if one word is inaccurate, we'll file a lawsuit." This was the first.
Interesting, okay. I've never heard of those movies, me neither. Interesting, okay. What a drama.
Of many roadblocks that would befall the production of Wired. Aside from the previously named CAA clients, John Landis, Lorne Michaels, and Bernie Brillstein also threatened legal action. Dan Aykroyd announced to the press that he had hired witches to curse the film, while Jim Belushi took the simplest approach. He showed up at Feldman's office and trashed it. Still, Feldman refused to back down and work continued. Even though fear of a blackballing by CAA had made it incredibly difficult to find people to work on the movie, Feldman found talent where he could. To write the script, he hired Earl Mark Roche, who had previously written Martin Scorsese's New York, New York, and the cult classic sci-fi comedy The Adventures of Buckaroo Banzai Across the Eighth Dimension. As director, Feldman hired...
Again, I have not heard of these movies at all, whatsoever, so I can't tell.
Robert Markowitz, who had made his bones directing countless made-for-TV movies. Now, for the starring role of Belushi, they auditioned hundreds of unknown actors to see if they could find anyone to fill his large shoes. Finally, in 1986, they announced they found their Belushi in a 25-year-old Northwestern graduate named Michael Marks. It looked like production was gearing up to finally begin.
What are you doing?
I wonder... Okay, so it killed some... Right? It was supposedly... It killed some careers. I wonder if the main actor here, the main role, is the one that lost his career because of this.
Due to issues with financing, production stopped and started on a consistent basis. Unable to find traditional funding, Feldman paid for the $13.5 million budget through the New Zealand grocery store / brewery / hotel company, Lioncore. Lioncore was just making the film as a tax write-off, and the complexities of that led to frequent production delays. By the time it was all settled, director Robert Markowitz left the project due to scheduling conflicts, and a new director named Larry Pierce was brought in. Pierce was a longtime journeyman director who had helped adapt books like A Separate Peace and Goodbye Columbus to the big screen. Pierce wanted to go a different direction for the Belushi role, and so Marks was replaced by another unknown, this one out of Boston.
Hey Mo! Your sister's ass really tastes as sweet as Alvarez here says it does. He wants to know what your mama's putting in the corn muffin.
Yeah, long before he revolutionized television as Vic Mackey, Michael Chiklis was a theater graduate out of Boston looking for his big break. This wasn't just his first big movie role, it was his first role in anything. He'd been fighting to play John Belushi for quite some time, as he'd been called back hundreds of times to audition throughout the film's trouble.
This is gonna be very interesting. Good old Bill. Huh. I can't either. Watching this video is more interesting than watching the movie. Could be probably because, well, the movie isn't good. The video, however, is good.
Pre-production. The rest of the movie was filled out with a mix of character actors and relative unknowns, including Patty d'Arbanville as Kathy Smith, Lucinda Janney as Judith Belushi, and Gary Grooms as Dan Aykroyd. Now, it is curious that Aykroyd threatened legal action, and yet was still depicted in the movie. The only explanation I could find came from Larry Pierce, who claimed that because Aykroyd was a public figure, it was hard for him to fight the betrayal like others did. That's why in this film, Bernie Brillstein isn't Bernie Brillstein. He's Arnie Fromson, and he's played by the pride of Cambridge, Massachusetts, Alex Rocco. Rounding out the cast were two characters that would...
So mostly unknowns? Mine is the main actor, the MC. Interesting.
Tip the hand of the, curious creative direction the film was taking. Ray Sharkey, who personally I loved as mob boss Sonny Steelgrave from the awesome first season of the cop show Wise Guy, played John Belushi's guardian angel, named Angel. And character actor and soon-to-be That Guy Hall of Famer JT...
Oh, wow! Angel! An angel! Named Angel! Peak writing! Peak cinema!
Joined the film is Bob Woodward. Finally, after so many starts and stops, filming began on May 16th, 1988. The movie was being made, and there was nothing anyone could do about it.
Wired is the story of the drug-drenched short life and fast times of John Belushi. It's based on Bob Woodward's scathing book about a man out of control and the people around him who either couldn't or wouldn't help. Belushi's friends, many of whom were painted unsympathetically in the book, detested it, and they hate the idea of a film even more.
I hope it never gets seen, and I'm going to hurl all the negative energy I can and muster all my hell energy to hurl against them. So my thunderbolts are out.
Yeah, the controversy was not dying down, and this was news to the film star. A self-professed theater rat,
Okay. Where is this going? What is happening to this movie? I'm still waiting to know how bad it truly is.
Nicholas had no idea what he had signed up for. In an article for Best Life magazine, he explained how he found out. 2 months into production, we had spent a day shooting Blues Brothers concert footage, and MTV had been on set to do a report. Right after the segment aired, John's camp came on and basically said that
it's been 1,000 years since I've heard the term MTV.
Everyone involved in the film had curses upon them. I just sat there and went, what? I'll never forget that moment. I was devastated. My first calls went to the producer and director. What the hell's going on? I asked, freaked out. You guys gotta let me in on this. That's when they told me about the controversy and that I was in for a ride. Against all odds, the film was finished. Not only that, but when a sneak preview of the movie was held, the early buzz was that it was actually good. Bob Woodward was allegedly so thrilled with the film that he kissed Edward Feldman. The hard part was done. They made a movie. All they needed now was to find a distributor. The comedy of errors continued as Wired had an absurdly difficult time finding anyone to release the film. Several different distributors backed out, which Feldman and Woodward blamed CAA for. They claimed the agency was exerting pressure on distributors to prevent the film's release. Feldman went as far as to compare the backlash to Wired to Martin Scorsese's controversial film The Last Temptation of Christ. Those in the anti-Wired camp scoffed at the notion. They felt that the film was having trouble finding a distributor because nobody wanted to see it. As Bernie Brillstein said in an article for the Shreveport Times, power and friendship only go so far in this town. If someone thinks he could make a buck, he'd work with Adolf Hitler. He will go on to say in other...
Crazy statement. That is a crazy statement. MTV took me a sec. Like, what was it? That's a good question. I don't barely remember anything what was on MTV. Dan Aykroyd has a massive forehead. Yeah, you could land a plane on it. True.
Interviews that he thought Feldman was just trying to sell the movie by leaning heavily into a "this is the movie Hollywood doesn't want you to see" angle. Well, despite the alleged best efforts of Michael Ovitz, Judy Belushi, and the occult connections of Dan Aykroyd, Taurus Entertainment finally agreed.
The movie still dropped, boys. Let's see how this is going.
To release the movie. On August 25th, 1989, 5 years after he purchased the film rights, Edward Feldman finally brought Wired to the big screen.
You know we should get for this movie? John Belushi.
Leo, he's dead.
I mean, I know everybody's made lousy movies. I mean, who hasn't made a stiff now and then?
Leo, you don't seem to understand me. John Belushi is really dead.
Wired is not your regular biopic. Instead of a chronological examination of John Belushi's life, Wired chooses to jump across not just timelines, but metaphysical planes of existence. There are three main stories going on at once. The first are the glimpses into John Belushi's life, his marriage to Judith, his big screen efforts, and his time spent on Saturday Night Live. Oh, we'll come back to that part later. Storyline 2 takes place in the present day, and follows Bob Woodward during the reporting process of Wired, as he interviews Belushi's friends and colleagues. And then there is the final storyline, which is centered around a deceased John Belushi driving around in a taxi with an angel as he tries to make sense of his own death. All the storylines culminate in one impassioned scene where Bob Woodward interviews John Belushi during Belushi's overdose and watches him die. Now usually
that is crazy work. The movie wasn't released on DVD because it was so bad. It's also just straight up disrespectful. What the fuck? Ain't no way.
when I cover movies on this channel, this is the part where I offer my review of the film. However, I'm reminded of the old adage that if you have nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all. So thanks for watching. If you liked the video, please hit the like button. And if you're interested in seeing more, please hit subscribe. And holy shit, this might be the worst movie I've ever seen. Let's get the positive stuff out.
Bro, stop being nice. Bro lied to us. He had me the first half, not gonna lie.
Out of the way. It'll be quick. Michael Chiklis isn't terrible in this. He was able to replicate a lot of Belushi's mannerisms pretty well. In fact, the acting in this movie isn't a big complaint of mine. I don't think any of the actors are egregiously terrible. Well, except for one. Ray Sharkey, an Italian from Brooklyn, plays the Hispanic character Angel and makes him sound like a combination of Razor Ramon and Agador Spartacus. It's already insane enough to add a guardian angel to a biopic, but did they need to have him cha-cha in the background? Aside from Razor Ray Sharkey, the acting wasn't my biggest issue with the movie. My biggest issue was every other fucking part of it. The structure of the movie is so confusing as it jumps from year to year and timeline to time.
Yeah, that is confusing. It jumps from this to then, and then you have to readjust. It's like stupid. I know other movies do this too, but it's every time it is being used, it ends up being absolutely horrible.
Timeline with no sense of why we're there. The movie expects viewers to remember very detailed anecdotes from the book, while also info dumping on you in the least graceful way possible. It's the kind of movie where someone says something like this.
Animal House was a 1978 movie. That was really the last hit. It's 1982. We need a hit, and we need it now.
It's written as an anti-drug movie, but has the frantic energy of a coke user cornering you to talk about their favorite Fleetwood Mac song. The movie looks like crap too. I don't know where the $13 million budget for the movie went. It certainly wasn't to hire comedy writers for the SNL scenes. The filmmakers were denied the rights to remake sketches, and so they had to try and do their best to create their own. I defy you to watch this and not feel like you owe Aaron Sorkin an apology for making fun of students.
Why was there just the dude randomly dressed as a conehead? The fuck? Also, I don't remember much of it because it was so boring. I'm just surprised that I've seen a conehead now. For the first time in a while.
Studio 60 on the Sunset Strip.
And now he's just pulled a hot dog out of his kimono. Oh, look at the size of that wiener. That's the biggest wiener I've ever seen.
The Woodward storyline is gross, because they attempt to steer into the controversy of the book, even going so far as having John Belushi accuse Woodward of trying to cash in on his name. And ultimately, where the movie fails hardest is that portrayal of John Belushi. In the Angel storyline, which in theory would show John's growth as he comes to terms with his death, he is dealt one humiliation after another. He spends most of his time begging to be brought back to life, while also having to experience his own autopsy, be removed from his coffin because he's too—
That's crazy work. I remember in this movie, it's John Belushi doing drugs behind the scenes. The 1941 movie. It's just crazy disrespectful to a dead person.
Fat, and be told he has a chance of coming back to Earth, only to lose that chance in a game of pinball. Chiklis does the best that he could, but if you watch that film, you were just left thinking that John Belushi was a selfish, whiny, pathetic drug addict. But you know what? I guess he kinda loved his wife. I am not alone in my feelings of this movie, as it was soundly rejected by critics. One paper called it relentlessly depressing, and future Washington Post film critic Rita Kempley said of the film, "Wired is a biography without an ounce of soul or a shred of dignity." Congratulations to those writers on being able to quickly summarize their points, while I ended up ranting like an angry 2000s YouTuber. While the controversy regarding the book led to high book sales, Wired the movie was an all-time box office bomb. In Edward S. Feldman's autobiography, Tell Me How You Love the Picture, he noted that of the 1,200 theaters that showed Wired that opening weekend, only 5 of them made over $1,000. Well, you know, they made the movie, it didn't work, but at least the worst was over. Wired was later released on VHS, but quickly went out of print. It
was even released on VHS. Well, of course, if it failed as a VHS, it would have never made it to a DVD anyways, so it doesn't matter. Right?
Been released on DVD, and I don't think it's streaming anywhere. Larry Pierce would never direct another feature film again, as he transitioned to directing mainly made-for-TV movies. He stands by his decision to direct Wired, and thought it was an important film to make to show kids the dangers of drugs. The movie seemingly ended the career of screenwriter Earl Mark Rausch, who said in an interview with World Watch 1 in January 2022 that in hindsight, I shouldn't have touched it, but it wasn't easy for me to walk away. Edward S. Feldman, of all people, seemed to take the quickest road back to success. He had some struggles, but by the time the 90s ended, he had produced box office hits in The Truman Show and 101 Dalmatians.
Ah, The Truman Show. Okay, interesting. A movie with one that's lost media. Too bad that is not happening.
As for the cast of the film, some like Gary Grooms never had a major role again, but the rest of them were able to recover and continue on as working actors. Still, the specter of Wired loomed large. J.T. Walsh learned that lesson the hard way, when he was kicked off the set of the 1990 film Loose Cannons. Allegedly, star Dan Aykroyd had found out someone from Wired was cast in the film and had them fired. Still, the man who was hit hardest was Michael Chiklis. Before he had taken the role of Belushi, he was an up-and-coming actor, and now he was struggling just to get an audition. Whether it's due to the pressures of Michael Ovitz or not, Chiklis was drowning. It took over a year, but finally it was Burt Reynolds who was the first to lend him a hand. He cast Chiklis on his show BL Striker, and told Chiklis that he had lived through the Hollywood blacklist and didn't want to see him punished the same way. Chiklis slowly worked his way back into television and got more prominent roles, including 5 seasons as the lead role in ABC's The Commish. He made peace with the Belushis as well. A chance encounter with Jim Belushi started tense, but Chiklis was able to apologize to Jim, and their meeting ended with both of them in tears. He later was able to connect with Judy as well, who also let Chiklis know that she held no ill will. There's a lot to be said that sometimes the best lessons you learn in life come from the hardest.
Interesting. So this actor still got away later, at least.
Parts. So in doing this video, I wondered if there were any noticeable lessons Chiklis would have taken away from Wired, and I did find something I think is interesting. As part of an interview at the Cannes Film Festival in 1989, Chiklis talked about what he perceived to be a pivotal moment in John's life. A moment when John attempted to make a romantic comedy, only for the audience to reject it, and the pain John felt over being pigeonholed. It's harder to look at that moment and wonder if that anecdote stayed in the back of his mind. If maybe that was the thought process that led to him making a concerted effort to shed his affable persona. If maybe that's where the decision was made to pursue characters like Vic Mackey. Chiklis wowed audiences in the role, but shocked the world when he won the Emmy for Best Actor in a Drama in 2002. As he was up there accepting his award, he got choked up. And as he explained in an interview with Kevin Pollak, it wasn't just about winning the award.
Okay. I think I've seen this. Now that he's bald, I have a feeling that I've seen him somewhere before. Also, this movie is an hour and 47 minutes. That's crazy. Wait a minute, I think I've seen him before. Somewhere. Let me Google something. Let me see. Let me check. Wait. Wasn't he in the Fantastic Four? He was. Like the 2005 Fantastic Four? That one? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure that he was in this case. Because I Googled it. Ha! Interesting.
It was about thinking how Wired had almost gotten him blackballed from Hollywood, but there he was now, celebrated by his peers. So maybe, just maybe, that research led Chiklis to make the decisions that changed his life forever. I hope it's true, because that means at least something good would have come out of that piece of shit. Hey, thanks for watching. If you liked the video, hit the like button. If you want to see more, hit subscribe. And in the comments, let me know your favorite bad biopic. Which is the one you think sucks the hardest?
I haven't watched enough to know this. Anyways, interesting. I did not know this. And that movie definitely is hot garbage and really disrespectful to the dead. And to his family. This to Belushi's family and friends and everything. Even the actors that acted in this. Anyways, like, comment, and subscribe. I had to see this movie in VHS quality. That is crazy. That's horrible. Anyways, I'm protecting my throat for the rest of the day, which means, yoink, we are in fact ending here. You heard that right. We are ending here. I'm also feeling struggling already. I need to be careful. Not overdo it. Have a good day or night. Don't goon or gump. Do eggs? I should use this as a title. Do eggs? Anyways, I'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.